and I will be running Megadimension VR. So many people probably played only V2 and not the remake. This remake is based on the assumption that you played V2 already, and it will start with Kruar basically telling us the story. And uh, with this remake, I have actually decided to remake the battle system, so this is not your standard NAP game battle system, and I will go over the difference while we play. And we will have some scenes that are meant to be VR scenes, but they are going to work out without VR anyway. And those are completely unskippable, so you will have to enjoy Big Nap telling you things. And guess if everything is ready, I can get going.
You have the countdown.
Okay.
You have the countdown.
So I'm going to be starting in 3, 2, 1, now. So the game will start already with a VR event with Kruar indeed telling us things. There is going to be many VR events at the start, because of course this game is not exactly meant to be speedrun, and most of the VR events are concentrated in the first part.
ようまた会ったな。おっとここでは初めましてだったか。何にせよまたこの次元に興味を持ってくれたみたいで嬉しいぜ。お前の作る歴史は面白くなるからな。
You can see those are scenes from the original V2.
お前が救った次元の記録だぜ。忘れちまったのか。無理もねえか。
Those VR events are all long, usually long like 4 or 5 minutes.
前の歴史は記録済みだし、じきに思い出すさ。
And now we get introduced to the histoire we already know and love.
俺はもう行くぜ。じゃあまたな。
Well, sadly, you can't really do much during these VR events. You can only like stand still, you can't really move,
ここで
and look around.
こっちを向いてください。
You have to do some very minor interaction with the NPCs.
話を聞いていませんでした。
In this case, I have to look at histoire.
もう一度説明しますので、今度はしっかり聞いてくださいね。
And usually they will ask me questions which I can answer to. The only ones that we are not going to alter is the one that is Star last year, because she's literally going to ask us if we understood the tutorial, and if I say no, we are just going to hear it again.
教えていただけませんでした。この部屋は2つの世界の影響を受けているのですが、プレイヤーさんの世界の影響の方が強いみたいなんです。なので私たちはここを
This is the infamous door you saw in the opening clip. We will see if today the door will be showing or not in a couple hours.
VR 次元そのものの座標が不安定なので定期的に
The game also does include a lot of VR scenes with the CPUs, but those are optional and meant to be played after you finish the game, so sadly we are not going to be going over them.
昔からプレイヤーさんの存在を信じていましたが、なかなか会える手段が見つからなくて。
Of course, we have plenty of fourth wall breaking here. I mean, this is Neptunia, we should be used to it.
プレイヤーさんへ語りかけてたんですよ。知ってました？話が脱線してしまいました。
And also, I thought the histoire was bigger than this. This looks like a lot like the Ultra Dimension histoire.
まずこちらのオブジェクトですが、今回プレイヤーさんが解決に
ババババババ。
歴史の記録をクロワールさんからいただきましたので、ゲームとしてご用意いたしました。よろしければプレイしてみてくださいね。それから4カ国の女神たちがここプレイヤールームへ訪問しに来ます。と言って
She's mentioning the fact that you can see those VR scenes.
こちらのオブジェクトからプレイヤーさんの都合がいいタイミングで迎え入れることができます。ネプテューヌさんたちが何か伝えたそうでしたので、ぜひ会っていただけると私も嬉しいです。
And this is the question where if I say no, then she just repeat this all over again.
This is why it's a loophole. We're not choosing the first one, so it's yes or false. This is why it's a loophole. We're not choosing the first one, so it's yes or false.
細かい説明が必要な時は私に言ってください。これからは少々騒がしくしてしまうかもしれません。
And this is the last we see of Histoire in the VR scene, sadly.
Please explain Stampede. Please explain Stampede.
Okay, so this game is basically divided in 3 games, let's say, which just follow each other. And we have the typical Neptune clicks something she should haven't touched and gets sucked in another dimension, which totally never happened before. And I'm going to be showing, like, the combat system got altered significantly in this game. You have basically everyone starts at 0 SP and 0 AP, and every turn they recharge a bit of them, and they are used for their attacks and skills, and they always end the turn guarding. So this means that the SPs are basically infinite as long as you actually can save them, and it basically allows you to decide if you want to use cheap attacks or save for big nukes.
I'm here to test something. This chat hear me as double.
Also, differently from V2, in this game you can already break everything from the start. In V2 you actually have to build an item. They also introduced this... well done, Zfresh. They also introduced this running, which it has a purpose, but sadly the only thing it does is speed up the walking animation. It doesn't have its own.
So to give you more facts about the speed, it's like you're running in V2.
And the main reason we have this is because in this game there are no... since there is no New Game Plus, no real one at least, you don't get those fancy New Game Plus items, especially the ones that will allow you to skip encounters. So your only way to dodge stuff is to go fast, literally.
But that's default speed.
And we're going to meet Uzume here. And I'm just going to kill those 3 robots, with hopefully them not killing anyone in one go. Okay, this side I'm going to kill the one that's going to act next. And let's see if I can line slash wave. Yes, I can. They actually did a nice job in eliminating some of the problem with the damage cap from the previous games in this one. Also, there is no random encounters in this game, to the joy of Endeavor. So you can freely move to the map, and since you are automatically healed, there is no need to use items between battles.
There's no need to use items, but you're restricted with items.
So similarly on what you will do in other games, I'm just going to try to surround them and keep hitting them from the back whenever it's possible. Compared to the original version of this game, V2 in the current patch has the bosses with significantly more hit points, which makes the fights longer and sometimes even more risky. Should be fine. Yes. Okay, now Uzume is going to reveal us that she's actually the CPU, and we get the user CPU tutorial. And now I'm going to just change the formations a bit. It's going to be useful for the fights that are going to be coming later on. And in this case, I'm still going to punch this guy into oblivion. As you can see, I don't have SPs right now to use skills. I'm going to eventually have them. Also, one, let's say, rebalancing that has been done over V2 is the fact you can't actually spam items. Every character only has 4 by default. Some of them actually get an increase in item usage per battle. So you can't basically keep healing until you win. You have to actually be mindful of what you use and when.
Sir, this fight should have been done already.
There, it's done. And now we find out that there are giant CPUs in this world that are destroying everything, which is why this place is so barren. And we can't really fight there, so we have to run away and, let's say, recollect our energies. In this scenes that I'm skipping, we're going to find out that Uzume has an interesting power that when she wishes for something, that something tends to happen, which they boil down to be some just power she has as a CPU, but is going to be important later on. And now we just, while the CPUs are going to be looking for food, we get to see the first actual VR scene.
First choice is no.
Do we have a...
It's a global yes
Okay,
or no. Right
no, it
now,
isn't.
you choosing
And
no.
as in all Nep games, Neptune fall from the sky once more. This Neptune we see here is actually the Neptune from the Rebirth 3 dimension, since in that dimension Plutia is the CPU of Neptune. She's just a normal girl who happened to run into Krar and capture her. And she has Krar in her netbook, and she's able to use Krar's power because she is able to use the powers of what she captures into the NepDoc. As I say, since this game is assuming that we are being told the story of what happened, hello Nep. Since this game assumes that we are being told what happened, Neptune will basically going over what's going on in the story. Now, we haven't met her yet, we will later. And we're going to get another bit of fourth wall breaking here. Nice to meet you, Nep. And this is the famous Nep note. Sorry. And that's what's left of the poor Krar, who totally deserves this, by the way. Well, she literally broke a wall there. Does that count as fourth wall breaking?
No, she just broke.
She has to be
the
pretty
nail
heavy,
plates.
honestly, to do that. She should probably start a diet.
Wait, did they edit it off? I'm going back to my V2R copy. It was like metal bars there.
Well,
and I
there
think
is
they
metal
removed
bars.
it.
See?
Oh, it had like a broken pipe kind of thing.
I mean, you know, this game has no bugs, so they might have just disappeared. Well, I guess we're not playing Megadimension, apparently.
Say no.
Looks like we're not playing Megadimension, we're actually playing Super Mario today.
バカ何言ってんだ。ちゃんとプ
あー
レイヤーさんに反応してただろ。当たってんだよ。てか、お前はプレイヤーに対してもその態度なのな。褒めてねえよ。
No, we're still winning.
We're going to have about 10 minutes before the next VR, if I have to go by my splits.
でも確かに急いで
And as you see, Nep can use cross dimension travel powers, and she opens those gates, which we will also meet in the story later on. And there she goes. Goodbye, Neptune.
それじゃあ私たちそろそろ行くね。
Farewell.
お邪魔しました。
So now, as I said, the CPUs are wanting to eat, so we're going to be looking for food. We're literally going to be looking for mushrooms. And I mean, what's a better place to find mushrooms than Nameless Ruins? Because apparently in this universe, the mushrooms grow in the corner of destroyed cities. Okay, I'm going to be just running into the event here. Since in this game, due to the fact that the characters are removed and added to the party constantly, it's almost pointless to even think of grinding, because the levels of the characters will get increased automatically every time they rejoin. I'm going to be getting this loot table because it has eject buttons, and it's the only ones I will be using for the entire run. So here is the Yuzume power coming up, because Nepgear says she would like to play video games, and magically there's a gaming station here. It's still functioning for some reason. Just in this place, even if the world is destroyed, the electricity still works. See if I don't get trolled by the bit there. Okay, nice. Oh. And down here, I'm just looting consumables mostly, because at this point of the game we don't really have money, we can't really farm it, it will be extremely slow. So I'm getting whatever healing items I can get on the way. And now we're going to save Umio, who has apparently been attacked and trapped into down here. And we're going to meet enemies. So this part will introduce us to breakable parts. Basically this unicorn has this metal armor in front, which makes him take a significantly reduced damage. The game will basically be explaining us, hey, you need to break that in order to actually damage it, which I'm going to be trying to do using the formation skill, assuming it doesn't murder Uzume. Still on time. The formation skills require mana and AP from everyone, so I need to basically keep passing until I actually have enough. Oh, that still wasn't enough, that's unfortunate. I'm going to be needing another formation. Do I have enough? No? Maybe no? Did it break? Yes, it did. Now that it's broken, it can actually... No, it's not. It's not broken yet. I did get very low rolls on the damage. Usually breaks within 2. Guess I just have to keep going around him for the formation. Do I have enough? No. Do I have enough now? No, I guess I heal Uzume. Get. Okay, now it broke. This is another mechanic unique to this. The enemies can get literally mad at one of the characters or get feared by them. If they get angry at one of them, they're going to try and kill them. If they get scared by one of them, usually if they get a lot of attacks from that character, they're going to instead take more damage from them. In this case, he's angry at Yuzume, so he's going to try to kill Yuzume. And he's almost dead. There he goes. And now Uzume is going to meet again her nemesis. She is meant to actually have a lot of hate for this.
For that boss, you could have used your formation.
I'm going to try and surround this guy as well and make Yuzume tank some of the hits since she's in CPU form and takes less damage. Oh, she probably needs to heal a bit. And after this boss, we're going to meet Umio, the first and only male character of the series, and also the only male playable character in the original V2. And we go back to the town and are going to get another small VIIR sequence. Eventually. Yes, in the original V2, Umio is a DLC char, and he is playable. Yes?
Your choice is yes, this one.
For now, the door is still there. Sadly, V2R doesn't have DLC characters, which is a bit of a shame. Because some of the DLC characters actually had their own quests in V2. And, well, I guess we repaired the hole she made. And Neptune is hungry. Neptune also apparently has a thing for catching bugs, and she always runs around catching bugs. She also thought Krar was a bug.
Oh, for this answer here, the correct
Looks
answer
like
is
we're
yes.
telling her yes as well.
If you said no, she would eat both
But
of
since we
them.
care for Nep's diet, we saw she is too heavy. She's only going to get one. And she's going to eat it pretty fast, actually. That doesn't look very healthy to me, honestly. I don't know how she stuffed that. And there she goes back to bag hunting. She's a very educated person and goes out through the door, even though she can't dimension travel. Okay, so we're back to the gameplay part, and Neptunia is trying to find a way to bring us back to Hyperdimension. She's going to need materials, and we're going to get materials from her, a friend of mine's online. And we're going to be approaching the first fight that has a bit of RNG.
Think
No,
you're able to get counter
don't
here,
have counter
don't
yet.
you?
You're still too low. And just hoping that the mob spotting doesn't just randomly make me waste time.
So every time you actually head to a new area, it auto-saves. And if you pick up an item, sometimes it will
Yeah, this
auto-save
game
too.
sadly doesn't actually have manual saves, at least not in the real sense. It auto-saves at almost everything you do, which is something I'm actually going to use later to basically safety save before some bosses that otherwise... like this guy's trolling me a bit with the spotting. Okay. Due to the way damage scales in this game, I'm going to occasionally be looting weapons. In this case, I'm getting Neptune's and Uzume's weapons, because otherwise they do almost nothing. For example, now I'm going to be equipping them, because usually this causes an autosave, as you can see in the bottom. And basically now, thanks to the power of friendship, Neptune and Nepgear are able to transform. And we're going to capture the dark CPU in the sharing field created by Uzume. And this is a unique mechanic of VIIR and VIIR, the giant fights. This fight is usually easy, but she can decide to troll me and just confuse one of the party at the start. Since she does mainly AoE damage, I'm going to be spreading them around. In this case, I'm going to have Neptunia. In this fight, you can't. In this kind of fights, you can't actually use regular attacks. You can only use skills, and only some of them. But you have a way increased SP and AP, only SP, sorry, SP generation to compensate it. The increased SP generation is a thing also in VIIR. And right now I'm just going to basically keep eating her and hope she doesn't confuse anyone and doesn't do her desperation move. And keeping Uzume and sadly Nepgear doesn't really have a very high mana generation, so she can't actually consistently attack every turn. I'm also keeping Uzume close to Nepgear because Uzume tends to be targeted by Dark Purple. And if I run out of items, I'm going to have to actually use Nepgear to heal her. And there is only so far they can be working, so... While Neptune is way tankier and tends to actually not die. Use this. Let's play safe. So now she is bullying Nepgear instead. Which is fine because Nepgear can heal herself. No, now she is back at Uzume. Since Uzume got virus, it is a bit risky because she could die, because she doesn't have the CPU bonus stats, but hopefully that doesn't happen. It's close. I'm going to actually heal her up just to be safe, you know. Again without the spears, and okay, we won. She didn't troll me too much, she just decided to virus Uzume, but that's not a big deal. So now that we finally beat the big bad guy, we are finally done, and so we thought, because as the game would be over already. Now we're going to be looking at a way to have Neptune and Nepgear go back. And we get another small VR. Okay.
Still, yes.
Differently from the different dimension of the Birth1, the time is not meant to be running slowly here. So while in Rebirth 3, they stayed there for a few days, for a few years, but in the real world, in Hyperdimension, it only was like a few days. In this case, it's meant to be the same time passing. So of course, Neptune and Nepgear want to go back as soon as possible. Also, there's meant to be happening a period that's called the CPU shift, which is a period where people lose faith in CPUs. So it's in their interest to go back and acquire the shares again. Here Nep is doing one of those fancy video game references, and this is clearly a Pokemon reference.
正面から見ると可愛くてさ、ゲットだぜってするのかわいそうになって結局捕まえられなかったんだ。あの子は絶対綺麗な蝶になるよ。お前の昆虫
And Krar is complaining that she got all script done.
そうそう言い忘れてた。さっきのさなぎを見ていたらね、風船みたいな丸いモンスターが近づいてきてさ、突然マイクを取り出してクロちゃんみたいな声で歌い始めたんだ。それでね、
I have to say, this sounds way better in Japanese than in English.
気づいたら寝ちゃってたみたいで、
Adult Nep laugh in English is
クロちゃ
horrible.
んとさなぎが落書きされてて、おかしいのなんのってしかも私も顔に落書きされててさ、みんな揃って面白い顔しちゃってておかしいでしょ。私ももう思わず大爆笑しちゃったんだ。笑い事じゃねえ。おっとっと。
I mean, who wouldn't laugh if you got scribbled all over your face? Definitely not us.
だよねだよね。起きたら突然みんな顔に落書きされてるって、そりゃ笑っちゃうよね。
I'm glad she's having a good time. And there she goes again.
未知の昆虫が私を呼んでいるみたい。じゃあ私、そろそろ
Big Nap is
昆虫
very,
探し
very
に行かないと
happy.
ね。
She makes everyone happy.
What is a May?
So now we need to go back to our dimension. We found a transport, but it has no energy, so we're going to be looking for energy. This is one of those sequences of dialogues they do in other games where one character leaves and rejoins for reasons, even if you have nothing to do between the scenes. And now we found those materials in an abandoned stadium, and we're going to look for them. Hopefully the enemies don't spawn on my face. With the running, usually, yeah, that's what I mean with don't spawn in my face. Sometimes they can just have very awkward positions and dodging them becomes pretty complex. Now, like before, I'm going to be looking for a weapon for Nepgear this time. Yeah, for example, it's just in front, I can dodge it just barely. And will you move, please? No? Maybe I can pass behind it. And I'm going to go back upstairs. Nope. Okay, got me. Okay, got this kid. Nice. Now here. Okay, it's not in front of the door, that's nice. I'm going to be doing like before. I'm going to keep weapon on Nepgear.
どうですか？
So on this robot, usually you don't really need to transform. I'm still going to do it for safety.
俺の番だな。
And since it takes very little damage from my normal attacks, but it takes increased damage from electric attacks, I'm going to be basically trying to use formations again.
娘の番だね。私に任せて。
Shout
Yeah,
out
they
to the
actually
song.
went out of the way to add more boss songs in V2, in VIIR, which is nice actually. Okay, didn't kill anyone, nice.
ミラクルドリーム。よし、落ち着いていこう。ドルフィン
That was almost a kill. And
Feels
And
weird
now
when
that we got the materials, we're going to prepare the transport, but our VIIR is like, nope, you're not going to run away, and she's going to attack our base. And so, shout out to another fancy song. We're going to kill the enemies attacking our base. Who's next? He's gonna...
にしてやんよ。 何をしようかな。私にもできた。待ってました。
And now that those enemies are dead, we have another case of Nepgear messing up. Nepgear doesn't want to leave Yuzume alone, so she pushes Neptune into the transport and stays here. So we have kind of the opposite of the previous game, where now Neptune is trapped in our dimension, and Nepgear is in zero dimension with Yuzume with no way back.
こんにちは。またまたお邪魔しちゃうね。実はさ、
What's our VIIR answer this time?
ソフトを大量に発見しちゃったんだ。そういうわけで、プレイヤーさんにも見てほしくて。早速興味津々らしいね。見せたいものはたくさんあるんだけど、一つに絞るならこれかな。このゲームはとにかくすっごいんだよ。謎を解くために1時間何もしないで待ったり、コントローラーに内蔵されているマイクで
It's Fresh died, I can't hear him anymore.
普通のプレイじゃ攻略ができな
Oh,
くて
there you are.
会社に苦
I
情
got
して
worried.
Yes.
近くも来たっていう伝説のゲーム。しかも
I wouldn't be surprised if this is another reference, but I have no clue if it is.
ぶっ飛んだゲームデザインの全ては全部その場の思いつきらしいんだよ。おっと。ごめ
The
ん
love of Neptune is like, well, I found those cartridges. They surely will fit into any console.
100分の
And sadly, that's not how things
早
work.
速プレイしてみよう。
And the console down there is not a real console. It's probably meant to be basically the console Neptune is meant to represent. The Sega Neptune.
試してみていい？ものは試しだね。やってみよ
Which doesn't look like having a hole to put those cartridges in. Maybe we went already full digital in this game.
カセットを差し込むところがどこにもないや。はあ、残念だな。
No.
ゲームをやりたいって思った時にできないって人生最大の不幸だよ。たく大げさだな。もしかしたらよ、ソフトを見つけた場所にハードもあるんじゃないか。ひょっとしたら動くかもだぞ。クロちゃんナイス。
And now she's going to be looking for the console to play those
動
games.
かせるハードを探せばいいんだよ。すぐ見つかるかどうかわからないけど。
Which is probably implied to be the console that Uzume represents. But she's never going to find her because Neptune found her. The hyperdimensional Neptune.
いつも楽しくて、つい時間が経つのを忘れちゃうな。また近いうちに来るよ。
See you again later.
よろしくね。
So now we're back into Hyperdimension. And Histoire went on full overload to bring us here, and now Neptune is looking for the help from the other CPUs to repair Histoire. And IF finds out that we need special repairing cartridge that we're going to find in the 3rd gen CPU sanctuary. Here they introduced the road building, which is a feature that was in V2 as well, but in V2 it was actually important. In V2R it's almost useless, sadly. Also, since this game forces you into the true end route, you don't actually need to do the quests that you needed in V2, nor see the scenes of the Histoire and CPU dreams.
I'm so disappointed why they did this.
So like they're there as green question exclamation marks, but you don't need to see them. So I'm going to loot those CPU parts because I'm actually going to just sell them for money. No, don't kill me, thank you. I'm going to wait to do the selling until before the boss here, because between that and acquiring skills is going to get me a save. And otherwise, if I died, I would go back to the entrance or where I looted the items. So in this game, you actually sell straight from your menu. You don't actually need to go to a shop. And I'm going to learn 32-bit Mega Blade, which does magic damage. You see the autosave in the bottom. And that's because this just does more damage to this boss here. So I'm going to use the combat system here. I'm going to just stay here and guard, so I get more AP to use. If I don't get weird misses, usually this guy is dead within 2 turns. So now I'm going to heal myself. I can try to... I'm going to just heal myself again, just for safety. And now he's dead. Oh, I missed. Speaking of weird misses. Hopefully I can get behind. No, I still can't get behind him. Oh well, he's dead anyway. Speaking of, if I don't get weird misses. There is also the disc system in this game, like in the other NEP games. We're not going to use it, but it's there. So we repair Histoire and she goes with the usual. It's going to take me 3 million years to fix. But now we're going to leave Neptune to fix Histoire. And have another small scene with Neptune. Hello. Konnichiwa.
Still yes.
例のソフトがちゃんと動くハードなんだけど、
Oh, to say no to Big Nap.
つけられなかったんだ。
Well, yes, it's also the fastest answer for this, so
なかなか
no complaints.
うまくいかないもんだよね。あ、そうそう。春探しを断念しようとしたとき、
And she's so happy that she found the skyfish.
慌てて追いかけようとしたら、危うく崖から落っこちそうになっちゃって。
Krar is a bit less happy because she is in a netbook and she falls, she squashes him. Poor Krar, she deserves all of this. After all, everything that happens in Rebel 3 and part of what happens here is her fault, so...
あ、ほらほら、あれだよあれ。周りが見えなくなっちゃうぐらい集中してたってことでしょ。集中力って言ったら何にでも役立つ万能の資質だよ。
And she is being positive. Remember, positive reinforcement. Smile.
参考までに言っておくと、私ゲーム業界だと集中力の女神って崇め立てまつられてたぐらいなんだからね。 よくもまあそんな根も葉
A
も
little
ない
bit of an FYI and some incentives. There is the Omega acquaintance incentive you want to meet.
プレイヤーさんは
We do believe in other life forms. Oh, sorry.
You want the people.
信じてたりする
There.
あ、そうなんだ。だったら私と同じだね。
Because we're hearing myself again, that's why I'm getting
思った方
triggered.
がロマンがあるしさ。夢も希望も膨らんじゃうよね。さてと、一息入れたし、
Are you a penguin? Worldie?
Dude,
小角に戻りますか。
you should try throwing me and see if I explode.
それじゃあ私たち、そろそろ行くね。
No, dude!
今日も楽しかったよ。近いうちにまたお邪魔させてね。
And now we go back to Uzume and Nepgear, who are kinda running away from a horde of monsters. And Uzume says, hey, I have a secret place to go to. And we're going to go to the secret place, which suddenly happens to Pastor Cave.
ここですね。じゃあ、行こっか。
I got trolled by that spawn over there a few times. Since it spawns after the wolves, a few times it happened to me to just run into it, like straight in my face. So I'm going to be looting those ores in this dungeon, which are basically going to be my money for the entire run. Oh, hello. Let's see if I can run. Nope.
俺の番だな。
Still nope.
シシ、
Yes.
よし。
The enemy spotting in this game makes so they don't really walk very far from their spawn, even if they're chasing you. But still sometimes they do like very weird movements. Oops. So, and I try to save my sprint for when I have to run away, but depending on the angle they see me, sometimes they will get me anyway. Like for example, this wolf is going to see me no matter what. Kinda want to wait for him. My friend is online a lot today. And I'm going to loot this. And as you can see, every time I loot an item, I get an autosave. And now we're going to run into R4, who's like, aha, I knew where you were going. There is a reason for which she knows, but we're going to get over that in a while. So she does a lot of AoE attacks, so I'm going to be trying and keep Yuzume and Nepgear divided.
娘の番だね。
And way that she can't hit bot.
迷いはありません。
Okay. So now we're going to have Big Nap fall on the face of us, and we're going to do the same fight again, but with a bigger form.
押してない。
And Nepgear here will be like, wait, we fought this already, because this is meant to be taking place after both Birth 2 and Birth 1. It's like, wait, this is Deity Sin, I'm very scared. But then she realizes, well, this is a different dimension, she can't be the same, and she is not the same, this is not meant to be the same or far. And she's dead. These fights luckily are very easy. It's the next R4 that is going to be one of the biggest RNG fights. So now we're going to reach the hideout,
ここですね。
and they're going to be trying to decide what do we do now, because Yuzume's base is not reachable. Well, I mean we can go there, but and sadly no fan service for you. Fan service is too slow. I'm sorry. We don't get a VIIR here. So what's going to happen now is that basically Big Nap caught Krar, caught R4 in her book. And R4 is like, I need to get out of here. And basically she kinda convinces everyone to feed her food, the food they don't like. So Umio gives her fish, Neptune gives her eggplants, etc. And then she becomes too powerful and escapes. And now we need to go catch her again because she kidnapped Kruar. And without Kruar, um, Neptune cannot travel through dimensions anymore. And VIIR wanted to use that to go back to hyperdimension. So once more we go all the way to Smashball Stadium.
出発です。ここに行くんだね。頑張ろうね。
As soon as my PS4 loads it, there we go. So I like that in VIIR, VIIR, they actually didn't reuse a lot of assets. They made a lot of new dungeons and even new enemies, which is pretty nice because the previous games got kinda flamed a lot for reusing assets. You probably noticed in the Birth 3 that there were a lot of reused dungeons that looked exactly the same. It happens a bit in VIIR as well, but way less. I'm getting this bracelet here for VIIR because she's going to be used in a few fights and her not dying is nice. I'll snap it for you.
Stampede!
To be running. This way. Down here. So no one actually tried to run on PC. I do own on PC and I plan to try to run in it. The issue with PC is that the port is actually unstable as fuck and it likes to crash. But in theory, it could be faster. But no one has tried. I will try at some point. Since right now I believe I'm the only active runner anyway for current patch. So I'm going to get VIIR the item. Since the boss is basically right after this door, there is no need to engineer an autosave. The only reason I run it on PS4 is because that's where I got first. And I haven't really get any practice on the PC yet. So this fight is actually a big oof, because when she's low, she can just decide to wipe the floor with everyone with her desperation move. And if she does that, there is a good chance she'll just die with nothing I can do. So I will be trying to not get her into the last... when she's a bit lower, I'm going to be trying to not get her into the last bar and nuke her like all in one turn. But yeah, if she decides that I die, I die. And sadly, this early in the game, you don't really have many options. Like, you can't really use a different party or anything.
The only thing you could probably do is let VIIR learn a counter.
Yeah, there's the desperation mover there. Good.
Big Nep does not have no possibility of learning a counter.
I believe
or
Uzume
Enzo.
can get countered, but yeah, there goes that. And I'm probably just going to get going to try to recover, but there is a good chance she just wipes me again. Let's see, I can try to heal up her. Do I have enough for myself? Yes. With the fact that the skill is magic, suddenly the counter is oops, not as reliable because she cancels physical damage as far as I remind. Let me heal her. Maybe she has mercy and doesn't do a second desperation move. Or I kill her before she does, which I don't think I have enough damage. Let's see. Okay. But yeah, like, if she decided to do another desperation move, I was just dead. There was... It can happen, sadly. Yeah, that fight can have that.
Yes, mosquito.
Now I'm going to actually get money. So in this game you also do the crafting from your inventory. And all those materials I got earlier, I'm going to turn them into blocks because they just sell for more. And then sell them, and this money is basically going to carry me for the entire game. I'm not really going to get any more money outside of what I just get from killing the bosses, basically. Where they are, they're cash mode.
Can carry you all the way to the very end. Like ideally at the very end you want to buy some SP potions.
Usually there is, like, you actually have extra money. You have plenty of that. Like, while doing attempts or routing, I had plenty of extra to use. For example, here I'm going to just restock on healing items because I'm almost out of them anyway.
Now the downside, even if you do get all those items, you have a limitation of using items.
So now, basically, Uzume overdid herself to fight Arfuar, and we're going to be crafting a medicine for her. And to craft this medicine, we need to beat the hell out of those 2 mini-bosses we're going to fight, which are nothing special, they don't have anything weird. Just going to get there, kill one, go to the other, kill the second one. And there is not many dungeons unlocked here, so we're basically revisiting dungeons we already went to. First one is going to be hiding in this plateau over here. I'm running over the side because the AI cannot walk over this small edge, which is nice for me. Here's another case where I don't really need to transform Nepgear, just safer to transform her because you get trigger damage. And it's more likely that you kill him in 2 turns instead of 3. Oh, just enough to not die. Okay, now I go to Jingle Sangra and do exactly the same. Over here, still trying to avoid those annoying floating mobs.
This is probably gonna be the last yes/no question.
Yeah, after this one we have one VIIR without a question, and then the next ones are in like 2 hours. Good.
So you guys can choose the yes/nos now.
Like,
All you can.
of course, since the game is not really meant to be speedrun, most of the VIIR events are basically all at the start and at the end. During the entire mid-game there is not a single VIIR event with Neptune.
Now there's one more and hard to mention. That's the
And
last
now
yes/no.
we're going to do exactly the same I did on the previous boss. Punch him, transfer Nepgear. Oh, this time I can't even get close enough. Here. Rush dance. We don't even have enough money, enough space. Oh, should be dead this turn. And there he goes. And now that we got the materials, we finally go back to Uzume and heal her up with our powerful Nepbull V2. You get to stare at Umio, who is the best character of the game, by the way. If you don't like Umio, you're either a bad person or Azapasca, or both. No!
Anyone want
Umio is
Umio?
holy and pure. Leave Umio alone. Okay, so...
Answer is still yes.
Okay. Endeavor... Oh, there's the door. The one we saw in the clip, which is also not here again. And you can see Neptune stumbled around here.
Clearly there's a door.
Yeah, I
You're just
didn't
not
believe in the
checking
heart
it.
of the door.
Look, it's just a screen door.
I mean, if she didn't steal the door, she would have surprised me. I wonder what phone is this? Is this a Samsung? Is this an iPhone?
That's it.
I know.
倒すには別ステージのボスを倒して手に入る武装が必要なんだけど、そのボスも反射武装があってかなり強くてさ。で、そのボスを楽に倒すためには道中で足場が消える鬼畜なステージをクリアしないといけない。
As you can see, like in between the various talk, Neptune also mentions what's going on. She is basically pretending that what happened with Uzume already happened because this is a retelling of what's going on. They are a bit inconsistent in this because eventually in the latter part of the story, Neptune will act as what's happening is happening in that moment. Well, in this case, she's telling us what happened before, but she's meant to still be with Yuzume and Nepgear.
すっごく責任を感じていたの。だけど諦めないネプギアを見て弱気になっている自分がバカバカしく思えたの。それに次元が違ってもネプギアは私の妹だから、そうである以上私がリードしなきゃって覚悟を決めたんだよ。さてと、そういうわけで、うずめのためにスペシャルネプビタン V2 を作らなきゃ。
And yes, we are making pudding together.
それが終わったら私と一緒に
Even though usually we are going to refuse the pudding, today we are accepting it.
そうこなくっちゃ。
I believe this is one of the least difference in the answers. Like this one is less than 1 second probably. And now we're going to witness another power friendship. So Uzume recovered, and she's like, well, time to fight the Dark CPU again. And with the power of friendship, Histoire will send Neptune to our way as well. So I need to do a small menu boss here, which if I don't do it, I'm going to just die. You're going to witness, to experience one of the new mechanics and that some people don't like, and some people do, which is counters, which I'm going to learn on people now. I'm going to get it.
Don't forget
I don't
add
actually have
stats.
stats. I haven't done it in ages. Yeah, there is that too, but we haven't been using it actually. So, and Neptune is getting cross combo counter. Okay. So, the fast way used right now is literally stack and pray for counters, which is something I will be doing in a few fights. Because since she does only AoE attacks, having everyone stuck together means it's almost guaranteed that she will lead someone that is countering, and if the counter triggers, the attack is cancelled, and also the damage is done as she is not guarding. However, since the counter costs both SP and AP, most of the time I can't actually attack myself. The issue is that counters are not guaranteed, so there is a small chance that she still attacks. And let me tell you, they do damage. You can see the fear mechanic here. Now she's scared of Neptune because Neptune probably did a few counters in a row. And so every time Neptune damages her, she's going to take extra damage from Neptune. No.
Bosses also can get enraged and start targeting certain people.
And sadly, Nepgear has very low mana regen, so I can't really use anything from her. Big Nep doesn't actually have a counter at this point, so she's actually just attacking. No, I don't really want to risk using stuff with Nepgear for now. And this tactics is something I'm going to be using a few more times. No, wait, this? A few more times in the game, mostly against Dark CPUs. Because it works well on those due to the fact that all their attacks are AoE and they're always going to hit at least one person that is countering. Of course, this is risky for the sense that if you don't get a counter, everyone takes a huge chunk of damage. And especially later on Dark Black, that's deadly. Lucky Dark Purple Chew is a relatively easy fight. It's just a matter of waiting until she kills herself, kinda literally. You see, she didn't get a single attack off. And there she goes. With the power of friendship, we won, and we finally go back to our to hyperdimensions. And technically, this is the end of the first arc of the game. We're going to get another VR scene, and this VR scene has no question, and this is going to be the last VR for a while, for at least an hour. Actually, more likely 2 hours. And she found out my addiction for coffee. Don't drink too much coffee, people. I mean, why do you ask if you're still going to get it, Nep? That's very bad. We need to have a talk about education. On a positive note, at least we repaired the hole that she made. I have no idea why she doesn't wear shoes. I'm not sure if she doesn't because she's very educated and doesn't want to stay in her room, or she just doesn't know what shoes are. We should ask Lutia.
It's called not being rude, Dark. You're being rude.
And you can see Neptune also invented homeopathy, because she tells us that her Nebul V2 doesn't actually have anything, and she just made her Yuzume drink water. So congrats for inventing homeopathy into the hyperdimension world. I mean, it is in Japan, so it would make sense considering this is a Japanese IP.
Depending on the rules of the house, you don't bring your shoes inside the house.
Neptune basically admitting, it doesn't matter what I put into the Neptune, it's always going to work. She will make money in the real world, I tell you. Here she is implying what's going to be happening in one of the next sequences, specifically in the Birth arc. We're going to meet her again in a bit, but that's going to be in over an hour. So for now, we say goodbye to Neptune. So we're going to get the second part of the game, the hyperdimension arc. So remember when I mentioned the transition period? Now the CPUs are like, hey, what if we make a huge festival so people start believing us again? And then we make hold on a moment, I need to do a menu boss again. If I don't do this menu boss, I'm going to kill the run. So I'm getting the skills here because I still have all the money and the items from previously. And I wouldn't be able to do them during the CPU arcs. I'm basically getting counter for Birth, counter for Noir. And the baton pass thing is something I'm going to be using later, but I'm getting it now just to save time. So basically they organized this fighting tournament. Let's see, did I get button touch on everyone? Yes, perfect. They organized this fighting tournament, and this gold third come in and like, hey, fight us! And what happens is that we actually get murdered. Hopefully very fast. You can't actually win this fight. I believe not even in V2 in New Game Plus you can win it. You can.
No, you
Remember
can
they
win
did
it
zero.
It just takes a lot of work.
Okay. Basically, now people lose faith in the CPU, the world gets remade, and the CPUs are like lost. So we're going to do each CPU arc individually. The first one is Neptune, who just happens to fall on top of IF. Oh, poor IF. So in this world, no one except Histoire apparently remembers she exists. But she is too dumb to remind the way to the Basilicom, so we're going to be chasing IF instead, who doesn't remind who we are. Also, in these sections, you don't get to keep what you had in Zero Dimension, except on Neptune's arc. So that's why I've done that skill learning earlier. Because otherwise I would have no money and wouldn't be able to do this. Please don't kill me, thank you. And I'm going to be chasing after IF. And we're going to meet another old friend. IF is like, someone is following me, but who could that be? I told that girl to not follow me. And we know Neptune is very well known for following directions. Oh, hello. Slowly but surely I'm going to be getting there. Okay, I'm going to meet an old acquaintance of us. She is Arfoire again, who Neptune is very confused of because Arfoire is meant to be dead in this reality. Similarly to the time I fought her with Neptunia and Uzume, I'm going to try to keep them divided so she doesn't worry me to death. So that usually doesn't really happen because she has very low hit points for this point of the game. Oh, is she going to kill Neptune? Maybe? Nope, I get a second turn. Okay. And now if he suddenly is like, oh wait, I know you. And Kompa is also like, but I knew her already, and IF is very ashamed that she forgot about Neptune. And now we found out that in this world, after the world got remade, instead of the CPUs, there are these gold third people ruling the cities, and apparently Bisha, who is the gold third of Neptune, is very friendly with Neptune, and she doesn't care, but she's kind of scared of monsters, so she doesn't want to go deal with this, and she sends us instead. And oh, I get the five mobs. So I'm going to basically formation those to death. Did I get everything? I think so. Yes. Since Compass sadly basically does no damage, because she doesn't have offensive skills here, her weapon is bad, and she doesn't really have high offensive stats anyway. Most of the time I'm going to be using her formation with IF, which actually does a lot of damage. And we'll actually be using it in the next 3 fights, I believe. Including this one that I'm going for now.
Another fact about VIIR is they actually add formation
Yeah, in
skills,
VIIR
so
there are
you can
formation
actually see
skills,
it.
but most of them don't actually have an animation. They do in this game, which is a nice touch. Did I miss one? Yes, but it doesn't matter much. Get to hear those mobs say PP a lot. And there we go.
That's you.
So back to Neptune, I'm going to restock on items, healing rings, and this is the one time I'm going to actually be using SP chargers. Which is because the formation skills cost SPs, quite a lot of them, and rather than wait turns, I'm just going to speed that up. So right now we found Warechu, an old knowledge, is making chaos everywhere, and we're like, well, going to punch Warechu into submission again, so we can capture him. And we're going to be doing something very similar here. Set up for the formation of those two first. So Neptune is going to transform for the tankiness and start actually using those SP items, so they can actually get formation. So Compa is the first, so I can throw one more on IF here. Yeah, this is the part that's obnoxious sometimes. Some bosses can decide to bully one of the characters into oblivion. I mean, I guess I just rest them. It's something that happens a lot in this arc, specifically because Compa and IF are very squishy. So I'm going to throw another SP item on Compa here, so she gets to use more formation next turn as well. Okay, she doesn't have AP, but she's going to have them, so I'm going to do one rotation on him. As you can see, this does a lot of damage compared to actually slapping with attacks. She does 23 damage, that's literally nothing. Are you not dead yet? Sippy rat. I guess we get Compa to kill him. Attica adesso! She does no damage, as you can see. Okay. And now we capture the rat and bring him home. But sadly, Nepgear has lost what she was meant to protect, which is a console that the bad guys are after. And while we are going to be looking from the hell is happening, they're going to actually try to trick Bisha into following them. And that's important because Bisha will basically fall asleep and start experiencing nightmares, which is something that's going to be recurring in the next part of the game. Here I'm going to just cruise to the dungeon and just do a minor deviation in the storage to get weapons for IF and Compa so they actually do damage. Solid. Hello mobs, please don't kill me. Oh, she's not fast enough. See if I can get her. Nope. Oh no, this doesn't get anything. Come on. It's not as fast to just kill them. Okay, got the escape, nice. As I said, sadly, even in VIIR with the different combat system, I still the problem that there is a stat check in this game. Either you have enough attack or you don't. So characters that don't get new weapons upgraded, they basically do nothing. You saw like Compa doing no damage with her base weapon there. And especially in the later parts of the game, you will have me basically only use characters for which I can loot a weapon on the way. Which unfortunately does not include Neptune. Now I go here. Hopefully the mob spawn doesn't troll me, nice. I'm getting the weapons here. I don't need any special saves, so I can equip them right away. Like if I do a menu in a weird place, it's usually because I'm forcing an autosave. Since especially some bosses, you have to run a long way from the entrance, so it's easier to force an autosave in front of them. In this case, like for RFR3, you just have this small walk of shame to do here, so... I'm going to run into Stimax, the ninja robot, and sadly we are not going to witness an excellent scene here where he basically throws lewd magazines.
Nice.
Which is actually pretty funny. Sorry. So he rooted Compa, which is annoying. because I want to use formations here. So I'm actually going to throw a Moval in. Yes. And then again SP chargers on here and yeah, there. So I kind of want to break his shuriken because that does a lot of damage and formations do it very well. You see it's broken there. Because if you don't break it, it's going to do like tons of damage. I don't really need more formations, so I can just punch him. It's almost dead. I'm going to try to set up another formation here. And he's gone. So now I'm going to actually sort the formation here. Compa, Neptune, F. And I'm going to get a fight right here already. And as I mentioned earlier, Bisha got brainwashed and now she's like, everyone is a monster, I'm going to kill everyone. And like in all good JRPGs, we're going to beat some sense into her. So this fight is kinda RNG because she can decide to murder, and I mean it with murder, IF and Compa, because they are both super squishy. And if she does, you don't necessarily die, like insta die, but it's a lot of time wasted. Can I get a formation off? No, so I'm going to just heal myself here. And hope she doesn't kill. Yeah, you see that was one combo and she almost killed IF as well. And a couple slaps for good measure. So here I'm going to use another SP charger on Compa, so she gets to, well, actually she doesn't because she has no APs, but she will on the next turn. And attack Bisha, I'm going to try and stay away so she doesn't kill everyone. Okay, this is going actually pretty decent for this time. There's been times where I was completely dead with turns. This time she's been actually very nice. So Compa is not actually getting a turn yet, so Compa is likely going to just die. So I'm going to sit here and yell IF. Yep, there she goes. Yep, that's what I meant with sometimes she gets you and kill them. Am I even in range? No. Yes, just barely. So this is the last item I can use on IF. So she should be dead here, hopefully. Oh, I can't actually get the formation, this is okay, not nice at all. So I'm going to heal myself, also actually heal Neptune here. She didn't actually kill her, there is no way I can get the formation off anyway. So I'm going to just try and kill her with Neptune instead. And still stay away so she doesn't kill both of them. Asade Bisha can make you waste a lot of time. Not much you can do when she does that. I'm going to try and heal up Compa, so maybe she doesn't die. She didn't, okay. Okay, she's dead. Okay, it was still a first try, so it was not terrible, but you can see she can make you waste a lot of time when she just decides to bully Compa or AF. And now Bisha is like, hey, actually, these are the bad guys, and this is the first time we get to use a gold third. They work very similarly with CPUs, they can transform and get more powerful. Bisha is actually pretty strong at this point, she doesn't really take much damage at all. So she's going to basically sit there and face tank what at you, and I'm just going to basically pound him until he dies. And this fight doesn't have any weird mechanic going on. Just going to be me shooting at him until he's dead. And trying to not make anyone die. Even if they die, it's not important because of the experience thing I said earlier. Like, when a party member leaves, when they rejoin, if they weren't high level enough, they will be at a specific level. And it's actually better to just not level them up because they get that higher level than usual. Yeah, that's a thing in V2 as well. Can you survive? Probably. Yes, I can heal with compa. Oh, come on. Heal AF. Sit here. It is just a slow fight because he has a lot of hit points. As you can see, he will eventually roll over. Like, IF is dead, I don't really care too much. We actually get to use an information, nice. And he has a lot of hit points. He didn't kill Bisha, which is nice, means I get to finish him now no matter what. And this is Neptune's arc. We beat the bad guys, everyone is happy. And we leave Neptune to her doom here. Now we move to the next one, Noir's. Noir is going to find herself near a station. The situation is similar. No one reminds her she exists. And in fact, she is declared as a terrorist. So she has to run away from the army, who is meant to be chasing her here. And I need to try to get out of this dungeon. Possibly without getting killed. The mobs are not strong. In VIIR this part is relatively easy. It's way more obnoxious in V2 where you don't have the auto heal before every fight, so every encounter you take is at points you can't really recover because you have no items. Since, as I say, the items from Zero Dimension in V2 only carry for Neptune. Everyone else is here stuck with 1000 gold. And basically I believe 2 healing pods, something like that. And I remember in the past, when playing V2 casually for the first time, one of the guides suggests just grind to 30. Because one of the fights in this arc is possibly the most BS fight in the entire game, in both V2 and VIIR. So this boss, I'm going to just counter him to death. Literally kill himself. So we're going to reach the station. Found out that Uni is nowhere to be seen and that we are terrorists. And this fancy girl called Keisha, who is totally not the gold third of the station, found us, and she accidentally saw us naked while she was bandaging us. And she totally said she only did it for the bandages, of course. And she totally accidentally saw our string there. We're going to go look for Uni, who for some reason is said to be here. So we're going to run exactly where we were before. We're also going to run into a cat, which is not exactly relevant to the plot, but Noir develops an affection for this white cat and calls him Blanc. And specifically says to Keisha, never tell Blanc that she called the white cat Blanc. Which I don't agree with. I think Blanc will be very happy to find out that Noir cared, but then Noir is a very tsundere person, so... Oh, come on. It's more just running to the... Oh. Hello, Worm. Goodbye, Worm. No, I'm not dead yet.
Goodbye, Worldie.
I will be dead soon, as soon as I get to Keisha. So I will be happy if I die less defined types.
Yeah, you're
To be
comparing
fair, I
this
believe
to versus
Keisha is
V2?
bullshitting bots.
Wrong. This is true facts.
We'll see. So this fight is going to go exactly like the previous one.
まず行動人生の基本ルール
Except I didn't get the third counter, so I'm just killing him manually. And now we're going to run into Uni, who just saved us by shooting the unicorn in the head or something. And spoilers, Uni is the most broken party member of this game. And originally she wasn't used, but I'm actually going to use her a lot in the late game. So now we're going to be like, well, even if no one remembers us, I'm going to still help people and do a small quest. So there is a tiny bit of RNG here, as in how many enemies I have to kill. There's a thing in the other NEP games, I believe Endeavor mentioned it also during his run, that with those quests you kinda hope that you get 2 or 3 of the enemies at the same time. There's actually 3 choices, I believe. Okay, so I'm going to kill this enemy. So the first one is only 1, which is annoying. Also, there is one factor that I haven't mentioned it and I will now, that most people don't like. In this game, the gear is almost completely randomized. As in, the stats that they will have are mostly random, as well as the kind of attacks they use. So for example, in this run, Noir has 1 attack per type on her weapon, but sometimes she has 3 of the same kind, or she only has 2. Also, oh, I only got 3 encounters, which is nice. And same goes for Uni. She has 3 attacks on her, but she can have 2. So the quest is done, so I'm just going to escape now. Which is a bit annoying, especially for some of the stuff later. And it can also make menuing a bit harder, because you can't really develop muscle memory due to the buttons you might have to press changing from run to run. But hey, I had to deal with worse things. So here again, people are in danger, we're going to save the people. Because Noir, even if the people don't remind her, she's still a CPU, and she still wants to save the people. She's admirable. On the way I'm going to be looting an equip for Uni and 1 for Noir as well. See above. Uni doesn't really need a weapon, luckily, because almost all of her damage will come from her poison. But Noir does. And since we have to fight the one-on-one fight, which is painful, the weapon on... oh fuck. Oh, even bad encounter, wow. Okay, this keeps us so nice. Okay, now I'm getting the weapon for Noir as well from the next room. So then in the corner. Okay, the bit is not coming. I'm actually, in this case, I'm going to actually be using the wall menu near the boss to save. Oh, that's a bad spawn. Oh, can go behind him, nice. Can you go away? Nope. Ooh, that was too close to for comfort. You see, you're barely faster than them, so... So here I'm going to equip the items I just got, get her a fancy tabby ribbon, and get the most the second most broken skill of the game. Counter Venom. And Uni is going... Oops, I meant to poison. Uni's basically... Uni's main use is going to spam poison and paralysis on the enemies. Since most enemies and bosses are not immune to it. So like now she is paralyzed and poisoned, so it's going to just take a crap ton of damage from the poison. And since the poison doesn't scale with the weapon, it's going to tick for a lot of damage. And I say that's kind of why Uni is the most broken party member for this game. Since you don't actually need to get a keep on her. She's still super squishy because she's Uni, but luckily the enemies tend to not murder her. Tend to, that's the key part. Because sometimes they do, but usually don't. I think she's dead, yes. So, now that we saved the city, Keisha is going to be a bit there and be like, Noir doesn't talk to me because she always talks to Uni. And she's going to also have nightmares here, and basically dream of a place where Uni doesn't exist and Noir has all the attention for her. And this is going to get her basically go berserk and try to murder us, because yes. Meanwhile, Noir is actually trying to fight this monster that is attacking the town. So this fight is a bit annoying, because this monster is annoying. Since he has ranged attacks, which can't get countered as you can see, and does a lot of damage actually. So I'm going to try and break his shotguns or whatever those things are, so he stops using the ranged attacks, and I can counter him to that, or I missed it. Okay, now that he doesn't tap that anymore, I can actually probably counter almost everything he does, as you can see. And basically going to kill himself on the counters. And I believe he's dead, yes. So now we go back home, and Keisha is like, "Hey Uni, can you stand still for a moment while I kill you?" And Uni is like, maybe not, I don't want to be killed. So Keisha runs to the Gold Third Pinnacle here, and we're going to chase her to punch some sense into her, because that's how we do things like this place. So of the 3 Gold Third pillars, this is the shortest. Luckily, because I used to get lost a lot in here. As you can see, the place is basically all these spacey blocks. Can I kill all of them? Yes. Nice. Okay, now hopefully nothing ambushes me in this room. Nice. So now we're going to witness the arguably most BS fight of the game. So Keisha challenges Noir to 1v1. And this fight can go very, very poorly. Depends mostly on how many counters I get, basically. Because if I get a lot of counters, this fight is easy. If I don't, I die. I'm being pretty generous with counters so far. Maybe I don't die. This is scary. Let me do this and attack. Here the limited items actually starts hurting, because if you could spam items, this would be super easy. Well, looks like we're blessed with the first try Keisha. This is rare, and I'm pretty serious on this is rare. There have been times where I've died on this fight 7 or 8 times in a row. So we beat some sense into Keisha, we go back to place. And now we find out some bad people are actually doing bad stuff. I mean, this one. And Keisha wants to help us, but we're like, no, Keisha, we don't want you to get harmed. And so she follows us, but she doesn't participate in combat, sadly. Now, we don't get to use Keisha in combat. It's a shame, because she's one of my favorite gold third. She has... oh god, I got attacked. This reminds me of that clip with Z-Fresh. You
What
know
are you
what
talking
I mean.
about? What do you mean?
I mean, to be fair, so far I'm at 0 deaths. It's not bad at all, actually. I didn't get trolled by either Dark Purple 1 or R43. Well, R43 tried. R43 tried to troll me. She didn't manage to. So we get greeted by a CPU killing robot, which totally never happened before. So this robot takes very little physical damage, so I'm going to be basically doing something similar to what I did into the Zero Dimension R. Since surround him and use formations. He also uses ranged attacks, so it's kinda pointless to use the counters. Because Noir only counters melee attacks. He's also resistant to poison, so kinda pointless to even try. Also, after the enemy gets afflicted by status, he usually resists it for 1 turn. So that's why I didn't try to paralyze him again. It probably is made in a way so you can't basically stun lock them to never act, which is fine, I suppose. But you see, he didn't actually get... Now he does. Yeah, the combos actually carry most of the hitbox plays. There it is. Should be dead in the next turn. And after we beat this, the bad guys go like, hey, by the way, it was a trap. I will release a CPU killing poison, which totally never happened before in the series. And Keisha absorbs it to save us. And once more, we're going to beat some sense into her. This time, however, we have 2 people, so the fight is way easier. Because she can only kill 1 at a time, as funny as it sounds. So she looks like she wants to bully Uni, so kinda no point in using counters. I'm going to poison her. You see the poison doing work there. Sadly, Keisha and the other gold third are extremely resistant to paralysis, so it's kinda pointless to even try. Can you not kill Noir? Like, even if she's using guns, for some reason her attacks count as melee ones. It's interesting, but I'm trying to always save. Oh, she's done already. Nice. Those are pretty fast, Keisha too. And now we beat some sense into Keisha, and we accidentally declare we care for her. We won. So this is the arc. Everyone is happy, and we get over to the next one, Blancs. So similarly, Blanc is in low E, no one reminds of her, and Rom and Ram are nowhere to be seen. And also, apparently, in low E, for some reason, the civilization got changed, and you can only do the job that you get assigned, for some reason. And the only thing that everyone is free to do is being a hunter. For reasons. And so Blanc will decide, well, I want to be a hunter. because I don't have anything assigned to me. Come on, those low rolls. So we're going to kill some rabbits and get to Louis. And we pass our test for being an hunter, and we meet with this fancy girl called Sisha, which is totally not the gold third of this place. And she's like, oh, Blenny, I like you. Let's be partners. And so Sisha is going to give us informations that, hey, they saw your sisters in this place. And we're going to go look for Romeram into Super Mario Land or what. Well, this is not Super Mario Land, another place is called Super Mario Land. Or Mario Land, sorry, copyright things. I'm going to just run straight to the ending of this place. Since there is, I said sadly, due to the way the levels are granted and the fact that I basically got all the money I needed in the Zero Dimension arc, there is literally no point in even killing normal enemies outside of if you get ambushed and you don't get the first try run, might as well kill them if you can avoid them. But the experience and gold you get are completely irrelevant. And going to keep running to the event. Whoop. When this cut. Jump on, jump on. And hopefully I don't take the wrong turn here. Because I have a history of getting lost in blank dungeons. And instead of finding Romeram, we find Turtle. Which we kill because this turtle is basically possessed, or so they say, by a delusion force, which causes the monsters to have nightmares and become aggressive. If this sounds familiar, it's because it's the same thing that happened to Keisha and Bisha. And as you see, there is a recurring element on what's going on in this world. So as soon as I'm done beating the shit out of this turtle, okay, we didn't find Romeram, and Blanc is very sad. And we go back to Louis to search for more informations. And we get another information that they saw Romeram. But first, we have to beat here some mobs that are in the way because they are attacking the town. So I'm going to go move back so they clamp up. Just going to make it faster to kill them. And since the AP and SP you get stuck, I can kill both of them in one turn instead of needing two. That is something like what I meant. Wow, they did a lot of turns as well. This is basically what I meant earlier with you can abuse the combat system to gain an advantage in battle by using a lot of attacks at the same time by not using APSPs, which doesn't come useful often, but it does in some fights. And we heard this is the dungeon that I mentioned to Endeavor, that is literally the same as Rebirth 3, except that's a different name. And as you see, it's exactly the same layout, including the same teleport colors. And we found Romeram, and hopefully the boss doesn't bully them into oblivion, because he can. Now you don't need to transform them, but I'm going to transform them anyway because it reduces the chance he one-shots them. Like, if you want to go really fast, you can take the risk, but I would rather not waste 10 minutes on this fight. And Rom and Ram are going to be basically spamming their formation. Their formation is one of the strongest of the game that you can get naturally, and I'm going to be using it a lot. As you can see, the mob died very fast. So back to Louis, I'm going to restock on items, since I did use a lot of healing items. Yeah, now we have one of
That
those
was the best
cases
song.
where they decided to use different songs on some of the parts instead of using all of the same. And for some reason they decided that some packs of trash mobs are worthy of the next XC music. Just like nice music, just kind of wasted on trash mobs. Yeah, let me get them. We got to
Yeah,
hear it basically
hear it.
only here actually, because all the other fights that all the fights that I be using the next XC have fixed music. So this is actually the only times we will get to hear it, I believe. Which is funny because it's also a fight where we don't actually have them. Hear the mess music. So I'm going to be doing the same as earlier. Walk back so they clamp up. Clamp up and show us their PP. Okay, these are dead. Let's see if I can kill this in one go. Yes, nice. Like, they can die in 2 attacks, but sometimes it takes 3. Depends on the rolls. Doesn't make a huge difference, but I mean, we want to go fast. So I'm going to do a bit of AI abusing here. I'm going to hide the corner here, and since those walls are too fat, one of them is going to be stuck and not be able to attack me. They will eventually move in position to be able to, but I will move back away, like now they did. You can see got into range. And exactly as I did before, I'm going to be moving here so they can't attack me again. And I'm just going to basically hammer them into submission. This is the last time you get to hear this music, so enjoy it while it lasts, because it's one of the best musics of the game.
Where'd you get the Shaw music now?
Boing, boing. You can see that the enemies also get to use that... do I get a double turn? Yes, nice. You can see the enemies also get to use the SP item to the SP and AP to their advantage, because if they don't get a turn, they stack up AP and can do a lot of damage at the same time, which is something that one needs to actually keep track of, because otherwise you can just get deleted in one turn. Which is why I actually heal instead of just tanking them, because they can slowly but surely whittle down Blanc. She's tanky, but she's not immortal. Okay, I think this is going to be killing him. So now we stop the invasion and Sisha comes to the rescue. We get to use Sisha here. So sadly she's a pretty bad party member. She only really has single attack skills. And we get this music that is new to VR actually. This is not in V2. I don't really like it, but it's a new music.
Oh,
It was, I don't remember hearing it.
Oh, it's here. It was in the V2.
No, Ramaram came to... No, the Shaw music is different.
Shaw music.
Kill this. This fight is almost basically scripted because you always do the same things on this. Just AOE, single target, single target. And there, we saved the town, but Sisha reveals us that she is the one releasing that delusional energy, and she runs away because she is too scared. Because she had to hold it for too long while she was captured, and now she is basically going berserk. And of course, as we did in the past, we're like, well, we're going to beat Sunsense into her. And now we have to do the Lowy Gold Tour, Gold Summit. This one is way bigger than the previous one. And it's, as you can see, it's blue, because Lowy. Sadly, with JP voices, we don't get to hear Ram going wee constantly, which is a bit of a shame.
They wanted the weed. They know what they did.
Over here. And down here. These places are actually pretty labyrinthical, and especially the Limbox one actually has platforming, which is funny. Of course, he has to be right in front of... Oh, thank for moving. Those encounters can't really kill you even if you tank one, just make you lose time, so of course try to avoid them. Also, there is the fact that the enemies are blue and they tend to blend with the background. It's very easy to not notice, especially the dogus. So here I'm going to get the weapons for Rom and Ram here, which are going to be useful because Rom and Ram are going to be used a lot in the later part of the game. Keep. Okay, and now we go punch some sense into Sisha, because she's our friend, and the power of friendship is important. And once more, this fight is really relatively easy. The only thing that can go wrong is that she can decide to just bully the lolis, as I say, because they're squishy and the AI loves to go for the squishy runs. And they can easily get global by her in one turn, because of how squishy they are. You can see there she almost gets one shot. So I'm going to actually use a turn here to heal her if I'm in range. No, I'm not. I'm going to heal her with Blank instead. There. And as you can see, I'm going to be spamming formation again here. Oh, they're out of his piece. Yes, I'm lucky. I'm going to just spam attacks here. Well, I believe she's just going to die here. Yeah. Yes, okay. That was relatively clean, Sisha. Like in the other chapters, everyone is happy, we saved the Louis, everyone recognizes Blanc again, and we move to the last chapter, which is Birth. And instead, in Linbox, what happened is that the gold third of this region, Esha, reveals herself right away. And she's like, hey, I don't care that you are a CPU, go here, become a soldier and save the town from the invasion of the monsters. And Birth is like, well, I guess why not? Differently from the other Golters, Shaz is not really hostile to us, she actually doesn't care. And I'm going to just be punching this robot that is said to be coming from an unknown army. And going to just take a bit since it's only Bird, so it takes a bit of time to actually kill it. But she's got a triple turn, that's nice. Okay. So we find that we got sent to find the powerful undead king, or so they call it. We don't find it, so we go back to Limbox and report to Esha that we didn't find it. And Esha is like, ah, I don't care, fine. So we're going to just be literally playing video games and not caring while trying to look for information on what's going on. And we get sent on to another mission to find an enemy. So we run into a forest, and during the Neptune arc, Neptune actually ran into Nepgear and told Gearsey, hey, Vert is alone, you should probably go help her because she has no candidates while I have IF and Compa. And here we run into Nepgear. And Vert is very happy to have Nepgear here because of her sister complex. And sorry, we don't kill me, thank you. We don't get to hear it in Japanese, but she likes to say, oh, it's been a long time since I fought with my sister. And Nepgear like, I'm not your sister. And suddenly, with the fact that Nepgear doesn't have a weapon, she does almost no damage, so most of the damage in this arc is going to be done by Vert. Nepgear is mostly going to be basically a heal bot and counter bot. It is kinda something I wish they would rework into the Nep games. The wall, either you have an updated weapon or you do nothing. But hey, well, as people say, beggars can choose. Okay, He's dead, so we beat the bad guy and go back to Limbox to report. And Esha meets Neptune and is like, oh, you're the CPU candidate of Neptune. I don't care. She really doesn't care, and we get fan service. And here we actually run into adult Neptune, but Nepgear doesn't recognize her at the start. So to kill time, we're going to be doing 2 quests, and just going to restock on healing item again. And once more, we're a little bit at the mercy of RNG, in the sense it can take 3 encounters, it can take 5, depends on how many mobs we get. But outside of extremely bad luck, like getting 1 mob in all encounters, usually it doesn't need to wait for response. So I'm going to be... Oh, and this one, unlucky. Okay, so we got cheer. To be looting, healing items here. Like, I stock on healing items a lot for safety, but that's technically not necessary to get as many. It just, due to the RNG in some fights, you never know if you're going to need them or not. So it's more of a better save than sorry. This is only one, so I'm going to need another... Oh no, this one I'm done, nice. And I need to kill 6 of those as well. It's a single encounter. See if this one gets me 2. Still 1, still annoying. Thank you for shouting on my face. Most of the items on the ground are actually materials for crafting. The crafting system in this game is relatively fun. Sadly, we don't really need it in the speedrun. The way the crafting system works in this game is that basically the costumes are armors, and however, the item level you craft them at depends on the point of the plot you're in. So technically, you can have the characters dressed in whatever you want as long as you craft the gear again. Which is pretty nice, I won't lie, I like it. Some people don't, but personally I like the idea. It's just annoying in a casual playthrough, because you basically have to use whatever you loot. Okay, so the quest is done, I can get out. Jackpot. Okay, back to Limbox, turning in the quest. And now that we're done the quest, we get told, hey, there is a very hungry enemy in there, go kill the undead enemy there. And since we are very nice people, we go there. First we fight this guardian, which Nepgear, being the nerd she is, finds that, hey, this thingy is made with last station technology. So this mob can be a bit annoying because it has a lot of AoE, so it can arbitrarily just do a lot of damage and waste time. So it will eventually die, just a matter of how. Please don't kill Nepgear. Oh, wrong guard. Well, I guess I'm going to have a squeeze. And trying to hit his arms, because once they are destroyed, he stops using some of his ranged attacks, so I get more counters. So the hitbox is a bit weird, like that should have hit the arm, but it didn't. Hitbox in this game are a bit weird for parts. See if this hits it. Nope, still not. I'm placing Nepgear near Birth, so I try to keep getting counters to deny him his attacks. You see, now he's scared of Nepgear, which means he's going to try avoid attacking her, but since she's on top of Birth, he inevitably does, and hopefully gets more counters. As you can see, enemies have a lot of hit points in the current patch, which makes some of the boss fights a bit repetitive and take long, like this one. He just never dies, but he will eventually. Oh, nice 3 counters. I believe this is a new soundtrack, the one for this boss, and it's also pretty nice. Okay, it's almost dead. As you can see, it's not really a hard fight, it just takes long, depending on how many counters you actually get. Since the enemies in this arc have a lot of mix of ranged and melee attacks as well as magic and physical, the counters are not consistent. Like, you can get lucky and get a lot of them, and you can also not get lucky and not get a lot of them. So it's a bit inconsistent how many you will get. Okay, so I'm going to be doing a couple of jump skips in here, because it's possible to skip a couple areas by jumping, and I'm not sure if that's possible in VIIR before you unlock the high jump. People who actually run VIIR can probably prove me wrong or right there. Oops, fail. Let's see if I can get an escape. Yes. VIIR. Of course, it's right in front. Oh, thanks for moving. So here I'm going to be jumping through this hole. It's going to save me to have to go all around. And here I'm going to be trying to jump off. And let's see if I get it to the first try. Yes, I do. This also saves me from, of course, they're in front of the exit. Nice. And once more I'm going to jump through the hole here and over to the boss fight. And similar to the previous fight, this one is just long. It's not hardly just long. And this one does a lot of ranged attacks and doesn't do AoE, so it's kinda pointless to try to fish for counters, just faster to just punch him. Whenever it's possible, I'm going to use their formation because it does a lot of damage. Since it costs a lot of SPs, I don't really get access to it enough. I only do if VIIR ends up skipping a couple turns because she's too far. Like here I got a double turn on VIIR, so I can set up for another formation. Eventually it will die. Once more, this is not anything special, just a mob with a lot of hit points. Still less than the previous one. Oh, I get a double turn on... I get a double turn on bot actually, so that's very nice. Okay, perfect. So, at this point we find out that what Esha was actually doing was kidnapping soldiers, turning them into pigs, into ram pigs, sorry. And we have no idea what she wants to do with 1 million pigs. So I'm capping healing items. This should be enough for basically the next hour, hopefully, if I don't get very bad energy. And now I'm going to be going through the longest of the Golden Summits. And also the one that hurts highs the most because of how bright it is. I believe this one was even brighter on VIIR. How do you call it? The shaders in VIIR make this a bit less tragic. It's a very bright dungeon. Okay, so right here, there's a bit of platforming labyrinth. Like playing casually, I actually got lost in here for a good 20 minutes before realizing the path I have to take. Because it's not actually so obvious. Because once you get up here, you actually have to do this jump over here. And if you don't do this jump, you basically end up running in circles. And you have to actually sprint to get the jump done in VIIR, sorry. Well, you can get it done normally in VIIR. I always confuse the two of them, but you get what I meant. And after this part, we get to this portal. We keep wondering where the hell the rampigs were. And we're going to run into a familiar face here. We find that adult Neptune was working with them. And she gets told that she has to stop us. And this one can be annoying because, again, adult Nep has only AoEs. And as you can see, she almost murdered VIIR. And since she has both ranged and melee attacks, it's not really safe to stack up. Like, you can stack up and counter and pray for them, but since she has both ranged and melee attacks, it's extremely risky, because she can decide to do this, that she just did. And their pudding attack has a lot of range. You can see she's spamming it, sadly. You'll have to stack and counter again. It would be really nice if she actually went on Neptunia. Like, you can actually die if she decides to go full YOLO with ranged attacks. Like she did here, she almost deleted Neptunia. Let's see, I can do 2 attacks here. Counter. I have to be mindful to try and end on counters to minimize the chance she kills me. So she doesn't really seem to be wanting to get counters on Birth. As you can see, this fight can get pretty scary. Especially if you're trying to YOLO it by stacking up. Which, as I said, you can, but it is very risky. I think she's almost dead. I'm going to just YOLO this. Worst case, I can rest her. Okay, she didn't kill me, so I can finish her. Never punished. Imagine missing bot attacks here. So now we're going to chase Adult Nep, who's like, yeah, I hold you for long enough, I can run away. And now we're going to meet the Dogu couple, which is defending Esha. And sadly we don't get to hear the infamous musk calls from the Dogu man and his obsession with pectorals, which is a good meme. What's more, these two guys have both ranged and melee attacks, so it's kinda pointless to stack and try to go for dodges. This fight is a good meme in English, I won't lie, because it's a constant muscles. They can't defeat my muscles. So what I'm going to, since they tend to stack up close, I'm going to be trying to AoE them to speed up the fight. Please don't kill Neptunia. Thank you. pretty well. Got again. You know what? Let me play this safe. Heal. Oh, don't have a space. And dump. Okay, Drum's dead. If they don't stack up, I usually try to nuke down the Dogumen, because he's the one that does the most damage. Okay, I think this should kill the Dogu. Oops. Okay, now that one of them is dead, the fight is basically won. Okay, the Dogus are down, and now we get to go back and chase Esha, and we learn that Neptune accidentally left one of the ram pigs out, so she cannot complete the ritual she wants to do to get Isha out of her body. So that is a reference to Square Enix and Square absorbing Square Enix. It's a pretty neat little trivia there. There's another place where, like, you have to do this running around, which and even the jump over here, which also make me like get lost a lot casually. And also you have this stupid platform here with 4 teleports and only one is correct, which is this one specifically. So we didn't get the inverse weapon. Vert is also going to be used a lot in the speedrun since her weapons are on the way and she is the only magic damage CPU, so... now we're going to beat some sense into Esha. I guess you get how this works. Even if she has no ill means, she's actually being convinced by her nightmares that this is the only way to save Isha. It's basically the same story going on for all 4 CPU arcs. And almost all of her attacks are ranged, so aside of the first counter there, I'm not really going to be even trying to counter. Because it's almost guaranteed I'm not going to get any counter. I'm just going to try to not have her murder Neptunia. Heal. Oh, I can actually get a formation off, I believe, so... Yes. Like anytime I have an excess of SPs, I try to get the formation off since I do a lot of damage. And let's say this fight is one of the easiest of the Shas. The only thing she can mess up with is bullying Neptunia a bit too much. I mean, you can kind of work that out. I need to also keep them spread because she has powerful magic AoE attacks. And, for this run, no, but the bets are reopened every time there is a new round, so if you want to bet on next round, just stick around. Yeah, didn't kill Bird, that's nice. Going to get another formation here, I guess. Let me get closer so I can heal. She's almost dead. Not quite. She's angry at Bird now. Please don't kill Bird, thank you. And there she goes. Once more we punch some sense into Esha. She doesn't kill the 1 million pigs. And this is the last of the CPU arcs. And every CPU is happy and their nations are saved. And we get to VR again.
Oh yes.
We get to finally meet back with Neptune and know what's been going on.
The CPU dream incentive is going to close soon. We're still at one, and you
Good
guys
for
get
me
to...
if I don't have to read them. Hello.
Oh damn it! The door's loaded.
The door only doesn't appear in that specific VR. I don't know why. In every other one, it always appears. So far, we're on a good pace. I'm going to see how the dark CPUs fare. I don't think I had a single that yet. That's not bad at all. So she's talking about Stimax and Afimoyas here, which are part of the organization. And Stimax is funny because he's too scared to talk to girls, and he can't. He basically goes blah, 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 blah when he tries to talk to them, except with Uni. And he has like this full-on crush on Uni. And Uni, of course, doesn't even realize it because, of course, this is a Japanese game and protagonists are always dense as fuck when it comes to realizing about crush. I can't blame him. I mean, who wouldn't get a crush on Uni? So apparently we are going to be telling Neptune to dress as a guy. Yeah, but I don't want to see Neptune dress. Oh my god, were there panties in my Catholic stream? And back she goes. So we're going to finally reunite with all the CPUs now and go defeat the bad guys that caused the world being remade. Also, we never get to know what's in that gift, sadly. Which is a bit of a shame. I kind of wonder what the hell is in there. But you don't never get to know it, and not in the mandatory scenes and not in the optional ones. Maybe it's cookies. Okay, so we're going to collect the CPUs now. And basically we're going back in control Neptune. I'm going to find out what happened with the others. And blah blah, they will tell each other what happened essentially. Then we go to Wii. And get all the various combos between the CPUs and the candidates. This is the first time on the run when we actually have a bit of freedom in the party, because everywhere else, as you see, we were kind of forcing what we have. And specifically, I will be actually using the candidates in this section, because they have the most recent weapons that do more damage. So I'm going to set up the formation here, faster than here. So let's see, need blank here, then Verk here, Noir here, and then we get here. Here we get this is ROM, invert.
Making it even is not gonna do much, by the way.
I am pretty confident it will be faster to actually use VIIR on Afimoyas, but I didn't really test it out. I don't want to be risking it now. but I might actually do it. So I'm going to be buying those items here. Those are basically safety because the next bosses can decide to status me. They don't always do it, sometimes they don't, sometimes they do. But if they do and you don't have ways to clear the status, it goes out very fast. Okay, we have the candidates, so we have a bit of a labyrinth here. Hopefully I don't get lost. Room, rear, second, then into the corridor, down. Please, bird, don't attack me. Then over there, break. I can't speak today, and I can't hit boxes apparently either. Over here. Like, this place doesn't seem very practical. I think Steamax Afimoyas needs to ask for a refund. So here we are. Yeah.
So you're saying?
Okay, so we're going to fight Steamax here. We're trying to stop us, and Uni is actually going to be the carry for this fight. I'm going to have her on counter here just for safety. He can brutally murder the lollies because there's a thing on most fights. So this fight is almost all the damage is going to be done by Romram and Uni. And Nepgear again is going to be a heal bot and a counter bot. Especially because I want to always have at least Nepgear and possibly Uni to countering, because his desperation move can easily wipe out, especially Rom and Ram, but also Uni. And if they are countering, there is a very high chance I just counter it and it doesn't go through. I can't get the... Okay, nice. As you see, this is the pattern for this boss, and it's going to be the pattern for a couple more bosses, where Rom and Ram spam their formation and Uni poisons him. You can see the poison is sticking for over 1000 damage. That is more than anyone can do in this at this point. Let's see, I can see it here for the formation, yes. Like, he is poisoned already, so I'm just going to save his piece for later. Good counters. Come on, hitbox. There. Defend. Okay, he's going relatively well. Can I get one more? No. Going to just slap him manually instead. Guess I want to heal her so she doesn't die. Still counter here. There's the desperation move, and you see Uni countered it. If that one went through, was a good chance Rom and Ram were just dead. The desperation moves always target everyone, so there is very little options. If they go through, they go through. And they usually delete everyone. So here, jump the boxes. No, wait, this room. Nope. Wrong room. It's that one. Is this one? No. I'm bad at orientating in this game. Okay, this one. Okay, so we have the first fight with Afimojas. So Afimojas is going to hit to basically... His cloak basically negates almost all physical damage. So what's going to be doing is I'm going to poison. So you can imagine I'm going to just poison him into that and use Rom and Ram formation. And similarly to the previous fight, I'm going to be trying to always have, there goes his cloak, so he can actually be hit by normal hits now. I'm going to be trying again to always have both Nepgear and Uni countering for exactly the same reason. Because if by any chance the desperation move goes through, then Roman Ram gets destroyed and probably Uni does as well. And it tends to also like to just go and bully Roman Ram because they're squishy. You see, he is fixated on Rom right now. So I'm just going to basically sit close so I can hear. The reason I bought the face slappers is specifically for this boss, because his melee attacks can cause confusion, and while it doesn't really kill you, it makes you waste turns. And this fight is already like sorta praying to not get the desperation move, so the least chances you give him to do it, the better. You can sit here. Since he's already poisoned, I'm just going to counter Venom and wait. I'm still going to only use their combo because theirs is magic. Even if we broke the cloak, he still takes less damage from physical, so it's kinda pointless to even try. Now his poison is gone, I'm going to poison him again and go back on counter. That's why I'm saving SPs on Uni, to be able to just do that whenever it's possible. This fight is not hard, like, he can RNG you down if he really wants to, but it's very rare. It's just long because he has a lot of hit points. As you can see, the only ways to do damage is that. And this does 1400 damage. And the poison is sticking for 1000 as well. Like, if I attack him with Nepgear instead, that does 200 damage. You see, it's completely pointless to use Nepgear's attacks, because she doesn't have a weapon, it is physical. There's his desperation move, we get the counter, so that's all good and done. Basically, personally, every time I see the eat everyone, I take a deep breath, because if you don't counter it, you die. So now we are going to obtain the next form for our CPUs, and the only sad thing is that we're not really going to use it. So you're forced to use them on front row. But I don't want to use them because they can't really break the cloak. So all I'm going to just do is going to defend until they're on 10. Eventually. And once they are on 10, I'm going to wait one more turn. Okay, now I'm going to just throw the next XC at his face, which does a lot of damage, and since I got the baton touch earlier, I get to swap them out for free and get the CPU candidates in, who actually do damage. And this mechanic can and will be abused, because you can get a lot of returns. I'm going to be using it in one fight later, and I am actually trying to route it on more fights, because you're basically going to be getting 2 turns at once, all the time, and that's 3 turns. And so potentially some of the fights will be very easier. The only problem is that since there's the confusion I spoke of earlier, and since I have a turn with him, with her, I can actually heal it. Confusion or Ram and Rom is especially bad because they're the main damage, and losing a turn on them is a lot of damage missed. And as I said earlier, he likes to actually target them because they're squishy. And now I'm just going to literally repeat the strategy from earlier. It is probably possible to have this fight faster by using VIIR instead of Nepgear, because she does magic damage and she has an updated weapon. but I didn't really test it, so that's something that I will be trying in the future.
やるしかないんですね。
Since Vert also has a counter, wait, Ram is here. Vert also has a counter, so she can still do the counter botting like Neptunia does.
誰から相手してあげようかしら。
Can you not?
何をしようかな。みんなまとめて相手にしてあげる。
I can get the quad one, that does no damage anyway. Oh, he's almost dead. I want to still have the counter on. Yeah, see? That's why I say I always want the counter on. Because if I didn't counter with Uni there, was dead. Oh, I think he's dead. Nope, miss. I won't miss, except she will. Come on.
相手してあげようかしら。
And there. That was a very clean Afimo, yes, true.
消えちゃ
And again, this is the ending for the
う。数章。
the reading thing. So if we didn't get it, unlucky. And now we saved everyone and we're happy. And this is going to be the ending of the Hyperdimension arc. Everyone is happy, we defeated the bad guys, which, by the way, were actually being corrupted by the delusion, because that's the thing. And we get another VR. Are we still on yes? I think there is
Still on
one more.
yes,
I think
and there's the
VR11
last
has one too.
なんとかに。
This is the second last VR event.
あれ
But from what I remember, only VR8 doesn't have an answer. So this is the part where the game, well, technically the previous one, but this one too, where the game moves to at Neptune being in the middle of what's going on. And at this point, she's running away from someone. She's making up lies because she wasn't.
これはもしかしてレアコン中密
She's making up lies because she doesn't want to tell us what's going on, except we know it because we have been seeing what's going on into the game. Like she has joined the evil organization,
その場
but her real plan is to save someone, and she's not telling us who yet.
かかってきて。私
We're going to find out in the next
だら
arc.
だら逃げてきたんだよ。もし気づかないで攻撃を食らってたら体が縮むような怪しげな薬を飲まされてたか
Neptune
も。
wins the narration by winning by not getting 100 point difference.
So I need to read the Neptune dream. Oh, that's a shame. I was hoping we will read the
Yup.
the blank of Birth ones. Oh well.
ごめんなさい。こんなの嘘だってバレバレだよね。
No one did any of her.
今やってることって
People without tastes.
私にしかできないこ
I
と
still think that both Birth and Blank dreams are awesome.
だから深く聞かないでくれ。
Blank is meme.
どう
Blank is meme, but Vert is even more meme.
さすが話せる。気を使ってくれてありがとね。
Baptism.
次回から VIIR イベントは通常運転で頑張るよ。さてと、今日は急展開のことが
Oh, she's going to be leaving us for another 20 or so minutes. Yeah, there is another one after we
There's one
reach
more
the hard
scene,
dimension.
right?
また来るからね。
Okay, and now we get the third part. So we defeated the bad guys, but apparently there's being a tear in the dimensions, and we are getting invaded by monsters. And the CPUs don't want the candidates to come, so they're going to go on their own. And here come my awesome maps. Because getting lost in here is actually pretty traumatic. As you can see, those dungeons have basically no way to tell where you're going. So I'm going to be going over here, then over here. Then this room. I'm going to actually be looting 2 items into this dungeon. I'm going to actually going out of my way to get them, which are going to be Noir's and Vert's weapons, because Noir and Vert are going to be at least Noir, at least Vert, Noir, at least Noir, Vert, not for the entire game. Going to be my main damage dealers for the next fights. It is the first one I'm going to be getting. I believe there is also Blank's weapon in here, but it's so out of the way that you will basically lose like 3 minutes to go get it. So it was eventually cut out. Like, if memory doesn't fail me, you actually can get all 4 CPU weapons in here. Just they're all different degrees of out of the way. Over here. And I hit those mobs. Okay, didn't get ambushed. Going to get the second weapon down here. And again, since the boss is right after, I'm going to just keep skills. The weapons. And this fight, it's hilarious how much different it is between V2 and V2R. Because in V2 you basically two-shot this boss. In V2R this boss takes ages. And like the fastest way so far is going to literally be me doing nothing other than next XC attacks. It's going to take a while. He has a lot of hit points. It has a lot of ranged attacks, so again it's pointless to even try to counter. So I'm basically just stacking up. And not even stacking up, sorry. I'm going to try and stay close, because that way when I get 10 of the 10 SPs I can do it from behind for more damage and breaking the parts, which reduces armor. Wow, Neptune took a lot of damage there. As you can see, those next XC attacks do a lot of damage, so... The downside is that they throw you back into regular form, which in V2 it was basically a no-go, because you needed to stack up XC in order to transfer back. But since in VR you only use your APs, it's actually pretty safe to go and use the next attacks. As often you can just retransform the turn after anyway, without spending anything. Also, since you're forced into the true end route, losing shares for the transformation that you don't even care.
Sure, this fight takes only 1 second.
Because he has so
why
many
it takes so long to
points.
beat this mob?
I believe he's dead with this turn. Oh, she doesn't have enough. I think she can just kill him. And he's gone. So the CPUs are going to run into what they think is Uzume, and they're going to get kidnapped. Now, with the candidates, we're going to rescue them. However, we're not confident that we can. Ram and Uni. We're not confident that we can, so we're going to ask the help of the Gold Third. However, they will ask, since we use their power to get the next forms, they ask us to fight them in order to prove that they're still strong. And these fights are not really hard, since you have all 4 candidates, but there can be a bit of RNG because that. Because Rom and Ram are stupidly squishy, and like they can go, oh, by the way, I ate the lollies, and I will kill both of them. And it's more so about Bisha, because she only has ranged attacks, so you can't even counter her. Okay, stop. I don't think I can even get the formation there. Nope. Oh, I can. Hitbox. And these fights play a lot like the previous ones. As in, I'm going to just poison them and spam the formation from them. All four Sha fights play exactly identical, in fact. Can I get this off? No, so I'm just going to actually heal up. At least Nepgear. She can rest.
見えるよ。絶対がお前のゴールだよ。私も女神様だから。
Bisha is actually the most obnoxious of those fights because of her AOE ranged attacks. The others aren't this painful.
力でいきます。やった。
So here I get the tutorial about how the the gold third works. Basically they work exactly same as the CPUs, except they don't use shares. Why does loading always take so long? I don't know. This specific loading always takes so long.
頑張ろう。狙い撃つわ。デストロイゼムオール。私の番だね。さあ、行くわよ。任せてください。
They play exactly the same as when you fight them into the single stories. Just of course this time you have 4 people, so they are extremely way easier.
よし、やるよ。いい。そんにする。
This going to heal you up.
迷いはありません。幸運を祈る。
Once more, they are basically immune to paralysis, so it's kinda pointless to even try to paralyze them.
誰から相手してあげようかしら。良さそうだ。
Oh, goodbye, Ram.
追い込まれたき
Going to rest her because I actually want the experience. No, you're not dead. Okay, there's the second one.
弱い。
Friendly reminder that Uni will not miss. Actually, she doesn't really miss much in this game. I know she kinda does in the others.
Remember to check if you have done exclamation mark giveaway to enter for the Steam giveaways.
I'm having Uni step in front because she is kinda a bit tankier than the low-E candidates, so it's more likely that she doesn't die.
誰を狙おうかしら。
You can see the Roman Ram have a history of getting bullied by them. And again, Nepgear does absolutely no damage, sadly.
よし、落ち着いていこう。
So she's only a counterbot.
さて、どうしようかな。よし、やるよ。なかなか。
Sisha wants to remind you to go home and be a family man.
私の相手は誰かしら。ちょっと待ったな。あんたのその
30, she's dead.
回復してもいいかな。誰から
Okay.
相手してあげようかしら。消えちゃえ。
And the last one in Linbox.
ここですね。
I'm going to get them, though we're actually not going to use them. I believe they, at least Esha is used in V2, but sadly not in VR because their movesets are pretty bad.
見せてあげるわ。
They don't have counter, they don't really have big AOEs, they don't have important buffs.
誰を狙おうかしら。
Like, they are tankier than than the candidates, of course, but that doesn't really solve the issue that they don't really do damage.
準備バッチリよ。何をしようかな。なかなか。私に落とせぬ敵はないわ。やるしかない。
Okay, once more.
覚悟を決めろ。さあ、
As you can see, they resist paralysis. Unusual to see them going for uni, that very rarely happens. And there's the Sha fights done. Now we got all the Shas. Go back to report your star. Stock up on all the healing items I used, since I kinda used a lot of them. Not this. And hopefully these healing items are going to last me until the end of the game. Now, Histoire is going to send us into Zero Dimension again. We are going to hunt for Uzume, because we kinda want to know why Uzume kidnapped her friends. And we're going to find out that Uzume never did this. Uzume is like, I actually know nothing of this, but I did sense weird things. So Uzume joins, but again, we're not going to be using her for now, because she doesn't have a weapon, so she doesn't damage. We're going to get gear for her too, since she is required for the trend. So now we're going to basically following Uzume's sensation about where the CPUs could be. And we literally reached the end of the world. Where is this intra-dimension place? This is again one of the shortest of this kind of layout, luckily. Over here, and then I actually just jump over this. There's the exit. And I'm going to loot this for later. They're not necessary, but they help. And we're going to run into the fake Uzume, who we're going to be called Kurome. Kurome and Kokubushi. Don't ask me what that means. I believe it actually means something. And they will run away and summon this monster to stop us. And this fight plays exactly the same as the Sha fights. They're literally exactly the same strategy. And it's also the last time I've been using this strategy. Because this is the last time... Well, not the last time I'm going to be using the candidates, but... almost. Different from the previous on the Shas, this guy can actually paralyze, so I'm going to be trying for it. Because when I paralyze them, I get basically a couple free turns. Can I even get the formation here? Well, he moved, so yes. If he didn't move, I didn't think I could have it. Formation, defend, heal the lolly. Yeah, now I paralyzed him, and I'm going to be getting a bit of free turns. I'm going to be sitting on top of her. Oh, he's going on uni. Since he's nuking uni, I'm going to counter here. Except didn't get the counter. Guard. Oops. Come on. Hitbox. The hitbox for formations in this game is so weird sometimes. Actually, I'm going to just save the SPs. Poison him again. Guard. He's on the lollies again. Oh, here. And he should be dead. after I attack him here. Okay, and there we go. And Neptune accidentally left the portal open, so we're following him. And we have the actually last VR. And I believe yes is still a thing. This is the last one.
Still yes, and that's the last one.
Look, Neptune found the card.
実はさ、さっきまでカードに描かれているようなモンスターたちが実体化している世界に迷い込んじゃってて、そこでね、いかにも陰険そうで怪しい笑い方をする
She
人
says it's a bug, so I think it's a man-eater bug.
なのに嫌みったらしいセリフを言いながら、
But then again, that one only uses one turn to summon, so
そしたら
I wonder what card it's meant to be.
食い強そうな巨大昆虫が現れてさ、今まで見たこともない昆虫ですっごくかっこよかったから、
She has a bit too much of a fetish for bugs.
思わず体が勝手に動いて、気づいたらネプノートの標本にしちゃったんだ。でね、その人が急に泣き出しちゃってさ、かわいそうだから返そうかなって思ったんだけど、クロちゃんが急に次元移動し始めちゃったんだもん。そういうわけで結局返し損ねちゃってさ。すごい気まずそうな顔してたネプテューヌを見かねて、明日までだが、それに喧嘩をし
I have to say, Crow Japanese voice is weird, because the English one is more like...
なんか後味悪いんだよ。
She's shown her pants earlier. They're striped, white and blue.
カードになってたんだよ。
I know, right? Panties in my Christian stream.
召喚するのに長いターン費やしそうだから、とりあえずネプノートのしおり代わりとして使うよ。ところで、
Well, I didn't intentionally check her. She just happened to be sitting in front of me with her legs open.
とてつもない復讐心に駆られていて、私も見てていろいろ辛くて。
You can check them because I'm fucking locked into this thingy.
全然うまくいかなくて。
And we are being rude to Neptune and telling her that she's doing the wrong thing.
くれると思っているけど、今のところ全く変わる様子がないんだ。このまま続けていいのか、正直自信がないの。
Yep, this is all wrong. This is all your fault, Neptune.
私、間違ったことしよう
To be fair, it kinda is.
そっか。でも確かに自分の考えに自信が持てない以上続けるべきじゃないよね。きっぱり言ってくれてありがとう。
I am sorry, but my heart is for Uni.
やっぱりあなたに相談すると悩んで
You can have Neptune, really.
解決しちゃうな。
Goodbye, Neptune. It's not like we're going to see you in literally 3 minutes at worst.
バイバイ。また会おうね。
Okay, so we finally reached this weird place, the Heart Dimension, which is almost completely empty except a shining light in the middle and random floating ruins. And everyone leaves to investigate, while we will be going to this place. Let's see, I believe Yuzume has joined here. Yes. So let's see. Stacks it. Keep going. And I go up here. And then over here. That almost trolled me. So now we're going to basically run into Neptune, we just said bye to. Oh my god. Thank you, bits. Not quite the kind of bits I would like. It's just faster to kill. Where the hell is it? You see the issue that they have no weapons and do no damage there. Hopefully this one doesn't roll me instead, okay. So anyway, we're going to run into adult Neptune that's getting chased by VIIR. The VIIR is very angry. Arbor. Okay, I have another menu bus to do here, so similarly from here, I'm going to be getting high five. This is going to be let's say necessary later. And then I'm going to be getting counter for Neptune. And for Uzume, I'm going to be getting here revive. These are just for safety, because this fight is going to be long. And I'm going to get offensive cheer for Neptune, for Nepgear as well. This is going to be making the fight a bit faster. I believe I got everything? Yes. So this fight is very, very, very slow, because no one has weapons, so no one does any damage. And basically, I need to be constantly on counters in case of desperation move. And on top of this, she loves to poison people. So, outside of having Nepgear buffing everyone, buff tutorial by the way, this is going to be a very slow and long fight. Which technically can also go very wrong. It's rare, but it can. But the only real damage that's going to be happening is units poison. Like, I'm going to be having also adult Nep do some damage every so often, but as you can see, she does nothing. Like, once more, Nepgear is mostly here for the counter and healing botting. And Uzume as well is basically for the same. You see, she only does 200 damage. Should I just die here? Let me heal. Since she has both ranged and melee attacks, it's not really guaranteed that I'm going to get counters, so I say this fight might take a while. It's one of the slowest, if not the slowest fight of the game. It mostly boils down to how many counters I end up getting and if Uni lands the poison, because she resists poison. Good everyone, yes. So it doesn't even necessarily get it first try. And the main reason I actually get the heal and revive on Uzume is because this fight can take so long that you actually run out of items you can use. So you might as well have the backup. Oh, miss Pibos here. You see, I basically get no counters there, so... Heal myself, throw a heal on Uzume. Luckily, my party is kinda tanky. They can take a few hits and not die. But as you can see, it's slow. She also has a lot of hit points. Well, goodbye, Nept. Need to be resting her. The good thing about the rest from Uzume is that it also rests for way more than the basic rest items do. Because items in this game are not the same as VIIR, where you have different tiers of items. Instead, you basically combine items to get more powerful effect, but you have to research it. That's slow, you need the items. It's extremely unpractical, even casually, not even just on the speedrun. Can you stop? Can you actually get poisoned? revive heal here. Guard. And as I said, I have to keep especially uni countering. Well, goodbye, Yuzume. Because of the potential of the... Wow, still not landed poison. It's annoying. Because of the potential desperation move. Actually, I can do this since I have some spare. Goodbye again, Uzume. Finally, I landed the poison. Oh, Uzume didn't die. Nice. Can you stop? Please. There's the desperation move. We did counter it, so it's nice. Here again, the desperation move can easily wipe out. Well, if they're full, they're not going to get wiped. But since they constantly get poisoned all over, it's very easy that the desperation move wipes the floor with someone. Okay, we got the poison again, which is nice. Oh, I don't like where this is going. I believe I have just enough space, yes. Closer. Counter. Whoa, shoot, 3! God bless, at last. They don't really have a good way to get rid of poison either, and even if you cure it, she usually just reapplies it right away. So once more, it's basically pointless to even try to remove it.
It's better being poisoned than better than being paralyzed.
She only paralyzed with her
Terrible.
desperation move, I believe. Okay.
No, that's dark green heart.
Well, I mean, that's actually why I
That's the
buy
worst.
the anti-paralyzers.
Well, you
Well,
kill
not
the
in this
spirit
route,
in
that's
order
the
to
fun
stop
thing.
paralyzed.
I mean, I assume you do in Bijou. Yeah, that's enough, okay. This fight is not hard, just long. Like, you need a lot of things to go wrong to die on our Fire 5. It just can take a lot of time. So let me restock again on little drinks. So the formation I'm going to be using here is actually going to be a bit more creative. It's because I'm using Ram and Uni. I say Ram. Where is Ram? There. Gear Ram, Uni, okay. So I'm going to be a bit more creative. So, where are the drinks? Which one is
You gotta
Neptune?
do
Is it
it
the
too.
one on the top right? Okay, so I guess I'm reading now.
Right.
So before I read, basically the CPUs got kidnapped and they are being slowly corrupted. And they suspected the same that happened to the Shahs. But we get, since in this war, we get to see what they are dreaming. So we're going to watch dreams, and specifically we're going to be watching Neptunes. Okay. So I'm going to be reading over the Japanese sadly. So, we are in Planeptune now. It can be. If this is Planeptune, then most likely this is where Nep's dream is physically manifesting. What kind of dream is Nep having? It would be a dream that fulfills their desires, right? I can't figure out the other CPUs, but what does Nep desire deep down? Considering her HDD form, she probably can't have a complex about her figure, right? Yeah, besides, she says it is more fun in current form. Besides, Nepgear's here too. She can dote on her and be doted on. She has a lot of friends and hobbies too. Nepgear, have an idea? I wonder, now that you bring it up, what really brings Neptune to happiness? Now I'm curious. Since we're here, let's investigate. Oh, there she is! There's Nep Nep! Here, Nep dear, go ahead and take some freshly fried croquettes. Yeah, thanks, miss. Here, take our new pudding too. Tell me how you like it when you're done. Thank you too, mister. Lady Neptune, look, I got 100 on my test. 100? That's amazing! Oh, you always were practicing until late at the river. I'll come to the tournament to do your best. Sorry, I jumped one. Nepu is surrounded by people and she looks happy. Everyone is smiling. Smile. This can be possible. Haven't I snap? Her happiness is everyone else's happiness? I thought there'd be some happiness tailored for a lazy CPU, like slacking off, napping and playing games, or eating pudding as sweets. So how can Nap, the least serious person I know, find happiness in something so heartfelt? But Ify, this is the kind of normal for her? Yeah, I've seen the scenery before. Really? Yes, I often go to pick up Neptune as she's done playing and she's always surrounded by the smile of people, just like this. Oh, maybe. Maybe? It's just a guess, but maybe Neptune happiness is an unchanging, peaceful everyday life. Even if it's a baked piece, it's great to dream to fit a snappy. I can write. I wonder if it was ever like this before I lost my memories. I'm not really good at making meme voices. Only that one. Do you have to read the other ones?
No, you don't. You go.
For people wondering, the reference to the chest size is because Blank's dream is having a huge chest.
You didn't have to read that one. You don't have to look
Yeah,
at
no,
the
I don't
names.
have to. I just accidentally forgot to skip it. Because I'm very clever. I'm a good runner.
You wanted to wear Nor.
You need to
Wait,
look
why
at
are you
them.
looking at dreams?
No, you actually have to. You
No,
don't
you
get the
don't
boss
have
if
to
you
look at
don't, if you don't look at them, as stupid as it is. Yeah, if you go into
Wait,
Ontario
change
before
that?
reading the dream, you don't actually have the boss there, as far as I know. Like the red question mark doesn't even spawn. They kind of force you to watch them.
I didn't.
Okay, so now to not get lost again.
Stampede.
Like this labyrinth is relatively easy to navigate even with without maps. The next fight is one I want to reroute because I'm pretty sure it can be done faster and easier than how it is now. But it needs testing and I haven't done enough. Balloon running a lot. Left. Then here to the right. And then I don't tank the enemies. Then I take the first here. I've lost so many times in here, I'm actually starting to learn the... Oh, fuck that. I got lost so many times in here, I'm actually starting to learn the putting, I guess. really rank up. And in this dungeon I'm going to be doing another of those forced autosaves because the boss is not exactly close to the entrance, so I'm just going to be basically learning a skill for the sake of saving or taking a battle. Because you can die in this fight if they so decide, since the AI can just throw XC attacks at you and destroy the party, especially early when they are still stuck together, and you kind of don't want that. So I get to this corridor, I'm going to just go over RAM and learn a skill. There I get the autosave, so I can just run to the boss now. It's not necessary, but it's good safety. So now we reach the CPU, but they've been corrupted, they want to kill us all. And we're going to fight them. And in V2, this is probably the stupidest fight of the game, it's extremely hard. In V2R is more bearable, it's still a hard fight. But due to the different combat mechanics, it's easier to do. So I'm going to be trying to nuke them one by one, throwing AoEs in there whenever possible. And like, I'm using Ram because she has good AoE. And Rom is there as backup in case stuff goes south. And Uzume and Nepgear are basically here for healing, almost only for that. Like, Uni and Ram are going to be doing almost all the damage, except, as you can see, she's dead. And Uni is going to be just trying to poison everyone. And God, that's awful already. Thank you for murdering me. Do you get a turn? No. To rest both of them. And counter. Yes, that one is going to get a turn. So she's poisoned, I'm going to poison Blackheart now. Neptune and Noir are the ones that do the most damage, so they are the ones I kind of want to kill first. Especially Noir, as her XC are stupidly big in size. I love the Shishikonji from Uzume, I don't even know what it means, I just love it. Can I get in range? Yes, nice. And how this fight goes boils down a lot on how the CPUs target and how many counters do I get from Nepgear and Uzume. Like, there is a lot of variance on how fast this can go. It's rare that you die, you can die, but it's rare. It's more of a fact of how long it takes to win. So I'm going to poison Blackheart now, and now try to poison Greenheart instead. Since you spend so many turns healing, the poison is actually almost all the damage that goes through for a big part of the fight. Can I get 3 of them? Yes, nice. Pretty good turn there. Ooh, that's scary. Can I heal you? Yes. Like this. Counter, that didn't counter, that's fine. They're still poisoned, so I'm going to try and poison Blanc now. There. And goodbye, Uzume again. Stop! Please. Let's see, can I actually finish Purple Heart? Probably. Nice. Like, exactly the same as in V2. As soon as you start killing them, the fight gets easier and easier. Like, you just have to actually survive the start of this fight. Then it gets progressively easier. Everyone is poison, no, except my dark. Nice. At this point, it should be fine. I think I can finish. Can I eat white art? Okay, nice. Okay, green art is gone. They're both poison, so might as well just counter here. Can I get Ram? Yes. Now I try to kill Noir. It's rare that I end up killing Vert before Noir, but they just stacked up, so it just worked out, I guess. And the fight is basically won now. This game impossible to lose. Of course, now you get counters. Where did she go there? Okay. So now we free them from their corruption, and I need another menu boss here. And actually, I'll almost kill the run here, these menu boss. Because this is the point where Blanc can get counter, and Blanc's counter is necessary for the next fights. So let's see, Blanc gets this. So for safety, I'm also getting the buff from Blanc, which basically makes sure that if a desperation attack goes through, they don't get deleted. Instead, I'm going to get the attack buff from Noir as well. I believe I have everything. Yes, I just need to change the formation now. This is going to be Neptune. So I actually rooted in Uni for this fight. She wasn't in this round before Blanc and Bert. Since I realized Neptune does no damage, she is essentially a counter bot. And did you know that Poison does damage? We were still starting with Neptune because she is in next form, so if the first attack goes through, people don't get fucking murdered. This is 32. This is 18, 32. That's enough? Yes. So you're going to be seeing a repeat of the Dark Purple fight, where everyone is going to be stacking up and countering. I'm going to throw you this and get Uni. And Uni does exactly what you would expect, poison and counter. And you can see the poison doing ridiculous amount of damage there. And now I'm just going to make sure that at least one of the defense buffs is up. Also, Dark Green is the only one of the Dark CPUs, there it goes, that does a magic attack, which can easily go through the counters. And if you don't have the defense buff, that's an easy wipe. It's also why you get the anti-paralyze, because as you can see, it applies paralysis. So having the defense buff, it makes sure that they don't die. Sorry, you're going to be keeping your poison, I'm afraid. Spear, range. And now it's just a matter of please don't counter me too many times. Please don't nuke me too many times. It is like doing damage with Noir and Vert is pretty fine because they have a new weapon, so they actually do damage. Blanc does absolutely nothing. And sadly, the problem is that no one else at this point of the run has weapons, so you can't really replace her with anyone. So you're kind of stuck with her at this point. So at least she makes herself useful with the defense buff, which is more powerful than Noir's, but Noir's also gives attack. You see she does 300 damage, does nothing. Uni's not landing the poison, please Uni. You have one job in this fight. Okay, this one. Okay, she's almost dead. The other obnoxious thing of this fight is that if you die, you have to redo the dark CPUs. There's a lot of time you end up wasting there. Counter, counter. Well, that's a bit late for landing the poison. Here, eat this. And there we go. Okay, so this is the part where it differs from V2. In V2, you get to choose here if you want to go with the candidates or with the CPUs. In V2R, you are forced to bot. And we'll be doing the candidates first, and we're going to have the other big RNG fight of the game, which I'm going to be playing with a safer strat, but I can still die in one turn if she decides to. Because I'm going to be fighting Dark Black here. I'm also going to be taking save near the boss as well because of how long this dungeon is. Please, away, thank you. Come on, just placing here. Oh, got you. And the thing is, the candidates are not the CPUs, they're squishy, especially Rom and Ram and Uni. And they didn't really ever get a new armor either. Which means that even a single attack going through can one-shot them. And like, usually they can survive one. So I'm going to be learning a couple skills here, because this is the point where Ram and Rom... Oh wait, I didn't need this. This is the point where Ram and Rom actually get the counter. I'm going to be getting also the heal on Rom. This is more of a safety net. Because Rom, you can use the items as usual to heal, but if you get particularly unlucky, you actually can end up running out of item usage. So having Rom to rest is a huge boon. And now we basically pray I don't die. So this fight plays exactly the same as the previous one, except we're using the candidates and not the big CPUs. And they don't even start in CPU form. So like, I can die this turn. Okay, Ram does get the counter, so we're safe. And now I'm going to be doing the same, stacking up, counter, poison. Yeah, that was one attack going through, and you can see it almost one-shot everyone already. And this is where the limited items actually take the toll, because there is only so many times you can heal yourself.
Just teach
Yes,
Neptunia heal.
But I mean, the problem is that if, like, when she hits all 5, all 4, sorry, I can't count. What is happening? Oh, my PS4 just derped. Yeah, that's why I trained the healer Rom. Like, I trained them specifically because you can get bad luck and they have 2 attacks in a, like, several attacks in a row. And then you run out of healing items and then you die. So it's safer to have them, even if you don't end up using them.
Your healing eyes, you should be using
Exactly.
revives. Healing eyes is like a
I mean, you kinda don't want to die to begin with. I heard that not dying is fast, but that's another big hit there. She can't heal yourself. Yep.
At least you hear the full song of this.
There's already 3 unblocked attacks, I believe. This is being a pretty unlucky Dark Black, but at least I haven't died. It's being... There it goes. I jinxed myself, so I might be able to recover. Depends on if I actually get counters this turn. Heal up yourself and also getting another... Oh wait, you can actually heal here. Ram, do I have enough SPs to counter? Yes. Okay, saved. That's how you die in this fight. She decides to. But at least he has the poison ticking. And as you can see, I'm basically out of healing items. I only have like them on Neptunia. Everyone else is at 1. Which I need to keep because if someone dies again and Rom is dead, that's my only way to rest. Also, ideally I kinda want the counters to be used by Uni, because that saves me from having to manually poison her, but I mean... That's luxurious in this moment. Like, there she got the poison off. And keep offensive here up. Like, they do so little damage that every little bit helps here. Wow. That's the 4th? This has been a very, very unlucky Dark Black so far. Like, and ironically one of the slowest I've ever had. Where I didn't actually also die. Oh, I didn't get the second poison there. That's a bit unfortunate. Okay, there's the poison. I think we're fine. Yeah, I can nuke her. Yeah. It was a first try, so I'm not complaining. But that fight is scary, as you can see. Like, it takes very little to just get deleted, especially if you get 2 back-to-back unblocked attacks. Which is why someday I'm going to find a different strat for that. And now we find that they were actually after a console, which is the console where Uzume is basically in. And they stole it and they are going to recover it. And they hidden it in the middle of this place because reasons. Apparently a park is the best place to hide a dangerous console. Over here, then over here. Eventually I'm going to get there. It's a very long dungeon, but in this case, since the next boss is relatively safe, there's no reason to make a safety save. If it was harder, you definitely would, because of how far from the entrance it is. As you can see, I have to go all the way around here. then up here. There's meant to be a secret base here or something like that. We reach it. And we found Kurome, but Kurome goes like, wait, there is something bad happening, which refers to what's happening on the other route. And she just leaves us with this friendly beast here. Which the fight is going to play more or less, same as the Sha fights. Except this one is actually susceptible to paralysis, so that can be done. I'm going to get offensive cheer on... Can I get on Unit 2? Yes, nice. Then we still have SP. Nope. This guy does mostly ranged attacks, so it's kinda pointless to counter. The only one who really would have her counter work is Uni, but she's better spending her SPs on actually doing status. Since as you can see, it does a lot of damage. Just counter here. This boss is not exactly hard, just it needs to stop bowling Rom. Can I paralyze you too? Nope. Let me get Ram back up. And I guess I can heal the other loli. Remember people, heal your lolis. What do? You cast a buff. Counter. Oh, 3 counters, nice. Free damage is free. She's at SPs, you would heal yourself. Actually just slap him. It's not really getting paralysis this time. Throw her around, now she's at SPs again. It's almost dead anyway. Oh. If I can get the paralysis here, it would be very nice. So I can finish him now, yes. Okay, nice. And now we finish the CPU, the candidates part, and we go back to the CPUs. We're going to have another very slow fight. Basically, they find out that Kurome left a bit of friendly clones. And this is the fight where I'm going to be abusing the swap mechanic. I'm going to make sure that they have button touch on everyone. I have it on Compa too, but Compa sadly is very risky to swap in because she's super squishy and tends to get destroyed. So she's there more as an emergency, but everyone else are going to be basically double turning constantly. So let's see, I kind of want to nuke Noir and Neptune again. Kinda same as I did on the other fight. I'm going to basically cycle one turn, so they get the backline gets mana. The big deal is that the backline still gets AP and SPs while the turns go through. It's also kinda hard to distinguish which are the real ones or the good ones. And here now I'm going to be punching. Noir. Can you actually? Oh, you can also hit blank, nice. Until I'm out of APs. Then swap in Adult Nap and do exactly the same. Basically, I'm going to be using 2 turns every time, which makes the fight easy, just still long because I can't transform here because the CPUs are exhausted. So it takes a lot of it's a long fight. And it's also why I get IF's weapon, because it has Shuluna damage.
In the V2 game, the CPU fights, everyone avoids this one.
The good thing is that also the clones don't really do a lot of damage, like nowhere close to what the actual CPUs did in the corrupted CPU fight. So once more, like, you can't really die on this fight, just about how long it actually takes to finish. As you can see, it's quite a lot of time. And the concept is the same, nuke them down one by one. And what is that? I'm going to actually heal up a bit. Especially VIIR since she's not swapping in. Send back Noir. Would be nice if you guys don't kill me. Oh, can I reach Neptune from here? Yes. The only one I'm not double turning is VIIR, because it's very risky to have a comp out. Like, I've tried, and every time I try she got destroyed in 1 turn. And that basically loses you time instead of getting hit. She's there in case I need emergency healing. Or I run out of items for whatever reason and I need to rest someone. And you don't really have a choice in this fight because you only have the CPUs, Uzume, Adult Neptune, IF, and Compa. So this is the people you get. Okay, so Neptune is dead. To be moving, Taka convert, but Blanc was closer. Easier to kill Vert here. Once more, it's also kinda pointless to counter in this fight, because but you can't predict who they will attack, so there's a good chance you're just wasting IPs in counters. And they have a plethora of ranged attacks or magic ones that you're not going to be able to counter anyway, so might as well invest those AP in damage. Plus, the counters both have longer wait times and give you less armor, or whatever it's called, when you defend, so... Woohoo, that was close. And like you can see here that for some reason that Noir has 5 items. That's because she rolled extra item, extra item point into the weapon I got. That's actually pure RNG that can happen. Basically what I meant when I say that the stats on your gear can differ from run to run. The only thing that is always the same is the actual damage. And even there you can get multipliers that otherwise you won't get. Can I even get in range? Yes. Okay, no kill. Can I go around here? Yes. This should kill Vert. Yes, nice. Okay, we're almost done with this one. Oh, can get in range, yes.
俺が全部終わらせる。
さて、誰を狙おうかしら。
Okay, we're almost done.
やっぱり頼りになるのは。
Blank.
期待されるのも。潰す。さて、何。
俺の番だな。
Spinner.
やっぱり私がいなくちゃね。
Okay, she should be dead this rotation.
何をしようかな。
This is extremely bottom mashy, by the way, if you noticed.
に任せなさい。
Okay.
正解に。
Now Uzume is bombarded by memories, and she's like, "Wait, who am I? Why was I evil? Was I a nice person?" And she runs away, and we go chase her.
頑張ろうね。
Oh, that was actually my fastest CPU clone kill so far.
華麗に。
Hey streamer, why is it so orange here?
Yeah, I mean, this is the dungeon for Orange Art. Ooh, that was close. I'm going to be doing another merry-go-round around here. Lucky there is no boss in here. It's just run to there. And there is the implication here that Umio is the reincarnation of the lover of Uzume, but we cannot have relationships in this game, so no. Umio is still the best fish though. Very fishy.
That sounds fishy.
Imagine if he had legs. Actually, don't imagine it.
条約。
Ruin my experience.
They don't
in
remind
this game.
actually where is the scene where you see Umio with legs. You know there is one.
That's an investment.
Okay, so this is one of the last dungeons, Tripasaria. So I'm going to be picking up an item here on the right, which is an armor for Uzume, because I'm going to be having 2 Uzume solo fights later, and kind of want her to not die. There is something that can be very annoying for this item, that sometimes it can roll with 1 extra defense use, which is curious thing, which can make those fights extremely annoying because you have to click the defense twice. And it's quite a huge loss. It screws with your muscle memory so hard. I don't think it rolled it this time, so it's good for me, I guess. And now I need to just, you know, get to the end of this dungeon. It's pretty long. I believe you mentioned it that one of the reasons for which you do the candidate route on V2 is because of this dungeon being so long. Which I mean it is. You have to go literally all the way around. Of course it has to be near the exit. So you can dodge it. This dungeon is so long, it's probably the longest run. Why can't they make normal labyrinths? No an event here. Nothing really happens here. And there turn right here, I believe. Hopefully I don't tank the mob here. Nice. And I do another like spiraling here You can see how stupidly long this dungeon is. You have to go all the way around. It never ends. Also realized I missed basically 4 votes for Noir. You guys better be voting Noir. Phew. This is the last long run of the game. The next dungeons are okay. Well, there is one long one, but not this long. So this is what Kurome will be referring it into the candidate route. That we reach the depths of her heart, and we have another fight with the dark CPU, but and this one plays more or less. We just counter spam. We don't really have much variation of what we can do. No one else has weapons here, so it's literally just sitting on all the 4 CPUs and waiting for counters to do their job. Because the others will do even less damage. So just basically relying on the attack buff from Noir. While it's technically possible to also use the swapping in this, it is quite risky because they both risk getting one shot and they don't have counters, so it's extremely risky. It's not really worth going for it. Especially considering you're looking at what, 200 damage per turn? So now that we have a bit of an early start and enough SP saved, I'm going to actually be using VIIR's next XC because this Dark White is based on Blanc. And guess what? Blanc is weak to magic. So I'm going to be stacking up points for VIIR's next XC. And just throw it. So you see it does damage. It is somewhat riskier because if you tank a hit while she's not in next form, she takes a lot of damage. But she doesn't take it. She can tank one without dying. So the damage boost you get is relatively good. And on paper I could be using Noirs too, but it is risky to have 2 CPUs not transformed. So it's safer to have Noir keeping the buff up. And the reason you see me using the buffs relatively often is that the buffs last 3 turns on the receiver end, which means depending on how the turn order goes, you can have the buff expire desynchronized because the speed of the different characters is different and they're using different amount of action per turns. So it's safer to just throw it every couple turns to make sure it's still up, especially the Noir one, because in the end it buffs all the little damage they do and the next XC from Birth. Oops, I used defense there. Well, I guess we throw another one. She's being nice so far, didn't get any unblocked it. Let's say Dark White is probably the least deadly of the Dark CPUs. Like in throwing attacks every so often, you can see Neptune does fuck nothing, she does 100 damage. This is the last fight you will actually, well, the last Dark CPU fight where you will be seeing me use Neptune. And I'm going to set up for the finishing blow. Oh, I did click release. Sometimes I derp and click release HD there. Let me do one more and then I can kill her this turn.
殺されたいやつはどいつだ
Okay, she should be dead. There.
私のターンですわ
And now we're going to reunite with everyone.
I heard you forfeit. You got good
We're going
ending.
to be forced into the true ending, as I said earlier. And I'm going to be... let me see how am I doing on healing items. I'm going to restock just in case. Okay, on the way to the good ending final boss. I'm going to be doing a save in front of it again, because I'm going to be setting up the party. And this is another one of those fights that can probably be done even faster, but it needs to be experimented on. Which ironically is why I got the PC version, because due to the autosave nature of this game, having saves to try things on the PS4 is almost impossible, while you can just basically copy the save files on the PC. Okay, so got them. I'm going to have you here for safety. This should be fine. Okay, now Kurome is very angry, and we're going to kill Kurome. So since they started CPU form, I'm going to go next form
何をしましょう
and counter. I'm going to be basically playing the first turn, same as the previous battle. So get them in the next form, stack up, and start setting up the buffs.
今度は私が攻める番よ私に任せて
So this way I can make sure that if I tank a hit, I don't die. And now Neptunia is going to just do an attack and swap to Uni, because Uni is our damage for this. Once more, with poison. And
何をしましょうか
differently from the previous fight, I'm going to be trying to use Noir and the Vert's next XC as often as possible. Because since they have a weapon, they actually do damage. And Dark Orange has a lot of hit points, so if you want to rely only on counters, it takes ages. And then mini it with ages.
殺されたいやつ
Blanc has no weapon, so there is no reason to even try to use her next XC.
相手が誰でも私が
With counters. Oh, I was going to do it again. And so Blanc is basically just a buff and how do you call it? Buff and counter bot on this fight.
私のターンだ
And I'm very proud of Uni because I blame Z-Fresh for giving me the idea to use her. But since when I started using it, this fight has become faster by 3 minutes, and 3 minutes is a lot, as you can guess.
あなたも決めましたわ
Yes, exactly.
So you need her.
And
huh?
honestly, I love her English voice acting in this fight. And when you get her in, she goes like, "Time for the star." And I mean, she really pulls her weight. I'm not going to lie,
洗練された戦い方と私のターンですわ
because the poison is doing 1,700 damage on its own.
私のターン
It does almost more damage than Bird does. And I mean, she also has the quirk that her counter is a ranged counter. So I'm not 100% sure it matters, but it is possible that there is an attack only she can block or she has higher chance. It is possible.
私のターンだ私に落とせぬ敵はないわ
And she's almost dead. Almost, sadly. She's dead to the poison, nice. So you can see unit does a lot of damage in that fight. Okay, so normally this is where the game would end. But since we're forced into the true ending, basically we destroy Uzume's heart, which would also kill Kurame. And Uzume goes like, guys, get away from here, this dimension is going to explode. And let me just recheck if I keep thinking yes. Perfect. We're going to do a single fight with Uzume here, who is buying us time. This is not really a fight, just free win boss.
So this fight, you actually need to learn heal
And
because
now
you might
Neptune
use
goes
all
like, I don't like that Uzume dies. We need a good end. Totally not breaking the fourth wall. They go back to pick up Uzume with Nepgear and Adult Nep. And now we get here and we learn that Steamax and Afimoyas have come to save us. Very nice of them. By borrowing $1 million to buy a new warship. So apparently capitalism is a thing. But the warship is getting attacked, so we're going to save it. And by save it, it means I'm going to get lost in here. Because for some reason I always do.
I think your TV turned
Of
off.
course he has to be there. Nice. Oh, can I get to the stairs without aggroing this? Yes. Nope. I lied. Imagine actually getting to escape. Not in this planet. I kinda given up trying to escape. I almost never get it. Oh, did you really miss Nepgear? I almost never get it first try. At that point it's just faster to kill them. Since you don't actually get damage, the damage you take is irrelevant. Let me see, yes, over here. Okay, so now I need to go pick up Uzume's weapon, which I'll need for the final boss. And of course, the enemy has decided to park itself in front of the room I need to enter to. So I might actually need to kill them. I need to kill them. This room is a real troll because, as you can see, they can just block your way. It's not dangerous enemies, it's just annoying enemies. Like, I need to enter in that room. And I need to try to pick up the item at the end. Try to run. Nope. Escape, nice. Need to pick up this. And try to run away too, nice. It is pretty convenient. Seriously. That's a troll spawn. Thank you, Nepgear. And now we go to the actually other room. So Uzume is going to actually wake up now and rejoin us. As soon as I get to the event. Okay, so I'm going to give Uzume a flashy new weapon. The Onoregalov. I have no idea how you pronounce it. And jump in the room. Over here, then over here. And we're going to be fighting another boss here, which is again not hard, just a lot of hit points. It will eventually roll over on itself. Sorry. It will eventually roll over on itself. And again, since we have the issue of not having any weapon, well, Uzume does. So Uzume is going to be sitting here, trying to counter at least. And what I'll be doing with Neptune is basically go next form, then use the XXC and then do it again. Actually, this guy has a lot of hit points for no particular reason. Like in the 1.08, they just decided to buff the boss. Well, 4 attacks. That's a weapon. They just decided to give bosses a lot more hit points for reasons. Which doesn't make them murder.
I'm going to read this because Nico said it. You need not be verred with jealousy because you have the Ram and Romney to Neptunia up a good.
I am scared.
For the blonde void of nothingness.
Nico, please. I say they just gave them a lot of extra hit points and that's about it. And they don't do more damage, they just take 3 years longer to kill. Can you not kill Neptune? Okay, Nepgear does get a turn, which is nice. I'm trying to be sitting close to him so I can attack from behind for the extra damage. If I don't, there's no big deal, but I mean, everything extra accounts for. Nope. Sadly, the poor adult Neptune is still sitting on their starting weapon. She isn't really doing much, she's doing 300 damage, it's even a lot. At least Nepgear and Neptune did get a new weapon at some point. Big Nep only needs pudding with his weapons. I don't think I'm going to be able to get the next XC out again, so I might as well just kill him. Well, actually I'm going to, so that's fine. And down it goes. Okay, so it's time to actually go for the final boss. So we thought we killed Kurome, but Uzume is like, actually we didn't. And everyone catches back up, and we're going to be. Why didn't I menu this? I don't know. Going to be looking for Kurome again. I'm going to get to listen to the two best CPU, two of the best BGMs of the game again, which is the Dark Orange fight and the Kurome fight, which is one of my favorite ones. And I believe the Kurome one, both are unique to VIIR. Dark Orange is another of those fights that if you get 2 unblocked hits in a row, stuff goes south very fast. But that doesn't happen often enough, so hopefully it doesn't this time, and since this is a marathon it will happen. Especially since I'm deathless so far. Go away please. Okay, I'm going to do another save, let's say, because I'm going to set up the formation for the final boss. And as I got inspired by Ginger here, on top of Uni, this will feature Uzume, who just got a fancy new weapon, and she's going to get to use it. So the main team is still going to be the 4 CPUs. We're going to have Uzume eventually take Blank's place, and Uni take Neptune place again. I'm going to have Rom and Ram as well here as emergencies. They're not needed, but just as safety. It'd be nice if I actually don't get the encounter. I do get the encounter. Amen. Yes, just in case he didn't auto-save, now he sure did. Okay, there we go. And this is going to play similarly to the previous fight, except we are also going to have Uzume doing damage. And I'm not really going to use many of the next XC for Noir because she's going to be buffing. And Uzume actually does a lot of damage. She does a lot of damage here. Okay, first unblocked it for my joy, but it's not a big deal. Especially since both Blanc and Neptune are going to be replaced. Their item count is not a big deal if I use it right away. Okay, you still go counter. I'm going to wait until everyone is sorted out and buffed up before swapping. I want to be risking. Okay, let's get Union. Once more, Union is here for the poison and the ranged counter. Let me steal Guardian. She's going to use the defensive thing now. Throw her CP and get Uzume in the Uzume's turn. And as you can see, Uzume's XC does more than Burst's next XC without losing the transformation. So this fight can go very fast. Okay, now she is buffed, so that's cheating. Oh, that's an true unblocked. Well, that's what I mean with too many unblocked it in a row can it's out very, very fast. Let me heal up Uzume first. Counter here. The riskier turns are the one where I actually throw out the next XC, because it's almost impossible that I have a counter ready that turn. So it's the ones where I'm most likely... Oh, that was a crit. Not bad. Good job, Noir. Because on those turns it's very likely I have one less counter or even two less counters up. So more chance to actually not get a counter. She has poison already, that's fine. I'm going to wait for Ver's next XC until Noir is buffed, if is up and buffed again. I can do it now. And she's already almost dead. Getting the buff up again. And special drink combo. I think I can kill. I don't have SP. Too bad. And Uni gets the killing blow. Yes, she does. Okay, and then we get the final fight. So this world gets destroyed and we return to the real world. But we are going to be trying to revive Uzume. And we have another excellent soundtrack in this 1v1 with Kurome. Absolutely love this soundtrack. I blame you for not having the incentive for Salute Uzume for this. I blame the Fresh. So Kurome can be a bit of an ass, and I need to keep myself over half hit points all the time because if she does her XC, it does a lot of damage. Well, the Fresh was like, we already have that incentive into the race, so no reason to have it into the VIIR2.
Oh, you have to end with Uzume Salute then.
Especially since I actually would have to train it. No, this is risky. I need to heal myself first. I'm trying to hug the side so I can't get attacked from behind. And this fight is basically why we get Uzume's weapon and armor. If you don't have Uzume's weapon, that weapon here, Uzume does literally no damage. Like, you basically have to pray for counters. And counters aren't really reliable because the XC doesn't trigger them. So this could be 2 hours of memes in that case. Let me heal, let me play safe. It's not like those items are going to be used for anything else anyway. Time is when she dies, basically, so I will be telling it, of course. I think I didn't roll high armor on the Celestian Bugle because I'm taking a lot of damage. And that's about as much damage as Kurame can do in 1 turn, which is why I need to keep myself constantly over outfit points. Even if it means taking a bit more to kill her. Because if I die, I have to redo the dark fight as well. Hey, the music is awesome.
His music.
Absolutely love it. I don't even know how this one is called. Almost there. I need to be still playing safe though. Responding with exists.
If you didn't have
Well, I
heal
mean,
for this, you're kind of
We
screwed.
trained heal earlier anyway, but yes.
I just mean in
Yeah,
general,
you
I mean,
can't
actually
win this
you
fight
need to
without heal.
definitely
There is no way. Unless you're like stupidly over leveled. Maybe not even then.
Overall, I have better gear.
If she lets me use an XC, she's dead. I don't want to use XC here to risk it. Scared. Okay, there. And time.
He didn't learn Umi or Heaven anyway.
Not terrible. Was deathless, so. And we won. We saved Uzume. Almost 420, but not quite 420. But I am plus 1420 over my PB. And that's it. That's VR. Oh yeah,
Oh, we
true.
still have one more PR scene.
Do you want me to go straight to the VR scene or actually show the entire credits first? Yeah, I mean,
You mean the ending?
it's
The
up to
ending
you.
that
You know how much
Go ahead,
time
play
we
the
have.
ending.
We are ahead of estimate, so okay. Then enjoy your ending.
Go ahead.
Everyone is happy with Uzume.
無事に成功したみたいですね。娘さん、姿も喋り方も昔から。
みんなの声があったから俺は今ここにいるんだ。そしてただいまゲーム
Regardless.
娘さんが正面なだれ込んできた妄想モンスターたちも各国は女神のもとへと戻る。さて皆さんが気になる
We get to learn that Chuko is now basically bossing Warachi around.
Where are you guys getting an hour 40?
Oh yeah, I need to throw the bet for SRNG. Okay,
Yeah, you can enter.
the VR should be right now. There it is. Hello, welcome back.
イエーイここからは新プレイしてくれてありがとうのコーナーだよどんどんパッパフいやー
Ahoo.
あの後マザコングに襲われた時はどうなるかとヒヤヒヤしたよ間一髪ってところでネプギアたちと合流できたからなんとかなったよ実際ちょっとばかり覚悟してたのが本音かなでさこの前プレイヤーさんに相談したことなんだけど実はあれって黒目のことだったんだ結果的に黒目は
Let's check for Dorkun.
あの子に復讐をやめさせる
Dorkun is
ことな
here.
んて初めから無理なことだったんだよねでもさあの後うずめに聞いてみたんだけど黒目は私と過ごした時間はつまらないものじゃなかったって思ってたみたい
The door is safe.
それを聞いて私の思いは届いたのかなってそう思ったんだ本当によかったよかったこれも全てあなたがいてこそのハッピーエンドだし次元が異なってもここまで関わった以上立派なゲーム業界の仲間だよというわけで私からゲーム業界を救ってくれたお礼をしちゃうよ今まで私の相談に乗ってくれてありがとうそしてゲームをプレイしてくれて本当にありがとうまたどこかで会おうね
And there, well, that's it.
You have
No,
also
there
the
was
ending credit one that you
no
didn't
ending
do.
credits, I believe.
You have
I have
to
to go to the
the
menu?
menu
Oh.
actually. Go back to your your thing.
Oh wait,
Oh, back
it
to
is
the VR menu.
system. Then no, not title. Where is home?
Your home. Player's
Oh, player room.
home.
There it is. I don't think I've ever used this button.
And go to
Probably
let's see, memories.
movies. Probably.
Pick the ending.
No, this is the Awakenings.
Ah. Go to there. That one. Level 3. It
It does.
says
though?
ending
Where?
on it. It
That's
said ending on it. Go back.
Oh, movies. So movies.
Back to movies.
P O P
Go
O
to
P
one that says
Ed.
ending.
Is this one? Is it this
ED,
one? No,
ED.
this is golden. This is for advance. Next form awakening. Are you sure there is no ending here? It's not here. I told you.
What? Why don't you have it?
Unless it's this. This one.
Oh, there. Second one. It's the second one. It's the second one.
There it is then. Not sure why it's the second one.
Oh, because it's the end. Oh, because this is in the good ending one. You skipped it.
Alright, people. Good luck with whoever comes after me. Yeah, see you in the
For your
chat.
run, man. Have a good one, man.